Hey, hey, hey. How's everybody doing out there? My good people, my good people. Ooh, y'all. So, Miss White is some tired girl. Look, been getting them collard greens up out of there today. And hubby hear me say that, he gonna be like, girl, you won't get no collard greens if you don't quit. I was doing the work. But yeah. So, hold on, let me get my sissy up here, y'all. Hold on. Yep. I see a few people coming on in. Mm. I'm gonna greet my good people too. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, I be having these like little slow moments sometimes, especially when I don't have a day. So I see in the house, uh, we have Miss Blueberry Boots. She says, hello, everyone. Good morning, Sherry. How are you? Lexus. She said, bootleg. Can y'all hear me okay? We have Miss Gigi. She says, good evening, lovely ladies and gents. And good morning, gorgeous. Says, hey, Miss White, Miss Big Ass. Look at y'all ladies showing on up. This is going to be a good live today about sisterhood. And y'all showing up too. Miss Robin Lotz. This is hi, Miss White and Chad. And Dark and Lovely. I think those are hand claps. Yep. Then we got Miss Treasure Life. Again, she says, hello, Miss White and Chad. We got Miss Cheryl Wagner speaking, Miss Lisa Mitchell. And we also have, who am I missing, guys? I missed your name, y'all. Don't try to come hard. Just to my absent mind that I have, y'all. How about that? So, for those of you all who do not know, Sissy is a brand new grandmother. Baby came on birthday and like, she is so ecstatic. So they are home. They have company coming in and out. Y'all know how it go when we get a new baby and everything. So she may pop in. She may not. I don't know. We're gonna see. She sounded kind of tired a few minutes ago when I was talking to her last. You know, she ain't had to deal with no new babies in a long time. So baby wearing their little butts out. But honey, I love it. I love it for her. And I'm gonna post too, y'all. I got permission to post. I just haven't, but I will do that tonight. Yeah, I'll do that tonight. And did y'all see my collard greens on my community wall? Y'all see the collard greens? I know Miss Dizzy seen them because she was like, "Oh, those some beautiful, healthy greens." Yep. Let's see. Um, we have about 25 people in here. Treasure Life says, yes, they look good. Them colors are huge. You're big. Have to get that right fertilizer on. I'll tell you my secret. We use chicken poop. But yep. She says, congratulations on chosen. They said, yes, they look good. Those colors are huge. Yes, they are beautiful greens. So, guys, before we get started with the Sisterhood Live, I'm going to be a little unorthodox today. I'm not going to get out of character, but I do want to say, I don't like doing all this back and forth. I'm not going to do the back and forth and any of that, but I just cannot be remiss today. Miss Robin says, I just looked at them and them greens look good. Yes, good. And I just wanted to say, to the young lady who said what she said yesterday in regards to me verifying something about somebody else, not Amber, somebody else being a troll page. You're a lie, and the truth ain't in you. We've never had anything remotely close to that conversation. And let me say this, the only reason I'm addressing it here is because I did try to reach out on the back end. But apparently I'm blocked because I believe in being decent and in order. And I did try to handle it like an adult. And I'm still going to handle it like an adult. But I just want you all to know that the only reason I'm speaking on it now is because they need to know that I wasn't happy about it. And I wanted to reach out to them personally and let them know you are a lie and the truth ain't in you. I went back. I listened to some things that I heard last night. And I'm gonna say what it reminded me of, y'all. Y'all know this game that the kids play. I spy with my little eye. You know, I spy with my little eye, and I see a color red. Or I spy with my little eye, and I see something big. Or I spy with my little eye, and I'm actually doing it as we go, guys. I spy with my little eye and I see something white. So I feel like when I went back and listened that I just heard like somebody was playing I Spy. Like whatever they saw around them is what they picked up a lie about. And it ain't you. Okay? But my number has not changed. If you decide you want to unblock me and we talk about it, I'm with it. And that's all I'm going to say about that, okay? All right. All right. I saw some more people coming in the chat. Hey, Toya, girl, she said my first time here. Welcome in. Welcome in, girl. I hope you enjoy yourself. Come on in, grab a seat. Welcome in. My co-host, she's not here right now. She might pop a little cell phone up in here. And then she might not, y'all. But we'll see. We'll see. Robin says, I've looked at them and the greens look good. Yep. And I see some people are speaking. Da, 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 da. Woo! Thank you as well for coming in, my love. I really appreciate it. And my guest, Special K. And I spoke to Tori again. Thank you for coming in, lovely lady. Terry, he never disappoints, guys. He's gonna show up. He's gonna show up. And we got Miss Lachelle's in the house. I'm gonna also, guys, I'm gonna be dropping the link because as y'all see that this is it's about sisterhood, what sisterhood means, and it's an open discussion. Like I want people to come up and let's talk about sisterhood, right? Because a lot of people talk about sisterhood and do they really know what it means? And then we have the definition of sisterhood as a whole, like a whole. What does sisterhood mean? But what we need to understand also, guys, is what sisterhood means to you. It may not mean the same to somebody else. Okay. So we have to make sure that we have the same definition because sometimes we put expectations up from people and for people that they are just simply not able to meet because everybody don't view it the same. You know, you know how somebody said, well, where is it at? It's down the street. It's not far. Well, how far is far? Because everybody don't look at far the same. And I'm just using that as an explanation or just to get an understanding of how everybody don't view things in the same light. So sometimes when you think somebody should be doing something or saying something a certain way, your loved ones may not. Now I'm gonna start with me. I dropped the link, guys, and I'm gonna start with me and talk about what sisterhood means to me. Hold on, I gotta get this little girl quiet because she is getting loud. White, Jenny White, Jenny White. I don't want to have to say Oh yeah, he mine too. Get out. Goodbye. All right. I'm sorry, guys. Good job. Hey, boo love. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And I'm kind of glad that some men have joined the live too, because I would also love to hear you all's aspect of what you see from women. Because a lot of times, like I'm gonna give you, especially like in this saga, it'd be so much stuff going on. It'd be so much stuff going on. And, you know, we give our insights, but a lot of times I'll talk to my husband and I'll be like, honey, this and this and this happened, and this and this and this. I said, what you think about that? You know, as a man, like, how does he view things as a man? So, and you know, we women, we make the universe happen. Wherever women are is the culture. Let's be clear on that, okay? So wherever women are is the culture, but we always got a strong man on our side, okay? And I notice I didn't say black man because all of us may not be with black men. So I've dropped the link, and I'm gonna start with, to me, what I think sisterhood is to me. Again, what I think may not be what you think, but this is what I believe. As a whole, I think that having a sisterhood, first off, is a superpower. Because when you know that you got a group, and when I say group, just maybe you and just one other person, one other woman in your sisterhood. But when you know you got somebody who's your ride or die, they got your back, even when you're wrong, that begins your superpower. Now, just because they got your back when you're wrong, don't mean that they're not gonna check you. Okay. But to me, in sisterhood, you don't check your sister in front of other people. You know, you get with them when you get with them, because y'all know y'all heard this in this saga so many times. Like, Miss White always upholding a certain person in they wrong. Miss White don't never say this, and Miss White don't never say that. Y'all hear it 200,000 times, and that's not true. That could be farthest from the truth. And I just using that as an example because that's something that you all are familiar with when it comes to me. You all have heard it so much, right? And I left one thing out that I should have started with when I said, to me, sisterhood is not always your blood relative. It's not always your same mama, same daddy, same mama, or, you know, that molecular bill. Sometimes it's just who you've accumulated over a certain amount of time as your sister. And my favorite saying is blood only makes you related. It's loyalty that makes you a family. I believe that wholeheartedly, guys, with everything in me, with everything in me. So y'all feel free to grab the link and come up, because I don't want to do this by myself. Y'all see I don't have no co-host today, right? I know y'all not gonna leave me out there like that. And to me also, not only a superpower, because, you know, well, one person can't do it, two can. And you begin to make things happen. Like, you can make things happen when you got somebody to rock out with you. So that's why I call it like a superpower, because we can make the unthinkable happen. I refer to it a lot of times as a squad, because, you know, in a squad, you have a group of people, and no two people are the same in that squad. You got something that you can get and give to each individual person in the squad. Okay. You might have one person who's good at doing research, right? You might have another person who knows law really well. You might have another person who can cook and teach other people how to cook. You might have another person who's experienced in kids, or, you know, just whatever it is. There's something from everybody, because imagine a group of friends who are all the same. Can y'all imagine a group of sisters that were, everybody was the same? I could not imagine that with no kind of diversity. I think that would be awful, right? So, you know, inside that squad, we have to make sure that we have the passiveness. When I was speaking just a moment ago, like, because we do stuff wrong. And when you do things that are wrong, you want to make sure that you're guarding their heart when you check them, you know. Think about being a little kid growing up with a sister, right? Your sister make you mad, y'all fight. Your mom and daddy make you hug it out. You love it out. Like these in here, I make them hug. Stand there and hug each other for 20 minutes. You know, whatever it is that you do. Now that's your parents forcing it on you. They're making you make up. You know, they're making you get it together. But when we become adults, we have to have some sincerity and earnestness in our hearts that would allow us just to go and make it right, even when we don't want to. Even when we don't want to, because you have to value what it is that one of your sisters bring to the table. We have to value that. Because again, like I said, it's something for all of us to gain from everyone in the sisterhood. I'm gonna go back to some comments because y'all know I will get away from them comments so fast. Blue Love says hello, Miss White. Hello, chat, cooking and listening. Toya says, hey, Terry Bro. Hey, look at me speaking to Mr. Troy. Where have you been, brother? Where you been? Miss you? Haven't seen you in a while. And some people are speaking. Good morning, Gracie says, Troy, I hope you've been well, bro. I do too. I hope you've been well. Some people are still speaking. Shanta, thank you so much for coming in, love. People are speaking. Oh God, see how fast some comments will get away from me. Hey, Miss Hattie, how are you? Beautiful. Beautiful. For those of you just coming in, you have not missed much at all. I began to talk about the subject of sisterhood. I made the announcement of Sissy having her grandbaby, which I am going to post later. Yeah, he's perfect. Like that little baby boy, he's perfect in every way. And I'm not just saying that because she's my sister. That little baby perfect. Oh, he gonna blow y'all mind. Came out like this. What? Who? Hey, Renika, thank you as well for coming in. I appreciate it. I do. She says, I like the background logo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Am in the house. Thank you, love, for coming in. Blue Love says, hello, everyone is speaking. I'm cooking and not looking. Yeah, I do that a lot too, y'all. So if you ever speak to me in a chat after you've seen me in there, a lot of times I'm cooking. I might be prepping for a job or working in my garden, and I'll speak, but I'm not looking at the chat. I might hear something that catches my attention, and I'll run to my phone or my laptop and type something in, and then I go back to doing what I'm doing. That's an FYI, because I've seen some people think that I don't be speaking, and that's not the fact. Hey, Miss Ross, how you beautiful? How you beautiful? Troy said, Miss White, I've been staying out the way, baby. I'm with you 225% because I, like you, have been too. I will go live through the weekday, but as far as supporting and in and out of chats, I try to limit that to the weekends because, honey, it's hard out here. You hear? Miss Lolita came on in to join us. I appreciate that so much, Miss Lolita. And we still have some people speaking. And TT, how are you? I'm going to keep dropping this link because I'm really expecting for some of y'all to come in and support me up here where I'm talking about sisterhood. Because see, like, even in this chat right now, we have a sisterhood inside of here. Now, everybody may not deal with everyone or may not like everyone, but we do support a common cause. And that don't necessarily make you a sisterhood, but you're attached to a sisterhood. Because if you are attached to people who are attached to people, then you kind of attached to people, if that makes sense. We inside of our groups, we have several different people who are content creators. And I was listening to Special K last night, and she was talking to DM, and she was like, I like to support people. She gave Amber a lot of great advice, a lot of great advice, as well as Alexis. And then she went on to DM and she spoke of supporting his business and his cause and what it is that he would like to do. And she was talking about how she's always there to support. So, again, support is a big, 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 big piece of being in a sisterhood. And then when you are linked up with someone like that and you're networking, it's something that you may not know about somebody. And you could say, oh yeah, I don't know, sis, but hold on, I know somebody who do. Or, oh yes, sis, I don't have that, but let me direct you over here to such and such who can do that for you. Thank you for coming in, Spicy Brown. Earlier this year, we did a giveaway. And we gave away some really, really nice baskets, guys. We gave away some really nice baskets. The baskets probably had a net worth. If who in here got a basket, I would say anywhere from $400 to $500. The baskets had that kind of net worth in them. Well, of course, it was a Mother's Day giveaway. I wanted to give back to the mothers, and we did the drawing. But within that drawing and that giveaway, my big picture was any content creator who donated to the cause to put their information inside. Like, I asked for your literature, what it is you do for your business. So when they got that basket, they could tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. And, that's what a lot of things are about supporting. I try to support everybody. And if it's somebody who has a business that I don't know about that I can support, please put it in the chat. Because even if it's something that I'm not interested in or I don't use or don't like, I can find somebody else who can. It can be a Christmas gift to somebody if it's something I don't like or whatever the case may be. And that's how you learn about people. That's how you build rapports and relationships and friendships onto sisterhood, because I do believe a sisterhood is stronger than a friendship. I believe that wholeheartedly. And if you don't agree, find your sister. That's all I'm saying. Find your sisterhood to be in. And then you will begin to see that. Y'all, Angela Sapphire Virgo, thank you so much for coming in. I want to know why y'all not coming up here to join me. Y'all up here acting like I'm giving out a lesson or something. It ain't about me giving no lesson. This is all of us together as a unit, as a team. Just talking about sisterhood and what it means. Just from sisterhood. Everybody hasn't had all bad experiences from sisterhood. But one thing's for certain, and two things is definitely for sure. If you are part of a sisterhood, you can best believe you are going to have a fallout. Be ready, because they're coming. It would not be a sisterhood if somebody didn't fall out. It would not be. Hey, Special K Love, thank you for coming up. I really, really appreciate you, girl. Thank you for not
Hey,
just out here hanging.
I wasn't gonna leave you hanging. I was hoping Amber, Alexis would grab it, but I said they just sitting there. They probably tired because they've been live and doing all, supporting everybody and themselves as well. So I said, you know what? I'll go and stand in for my girl. I'm chosen.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hi, Cancer 66. Thank you for coming in. You and Robin. Yeah, I'm just gonna be transparent why I started this live today about sisterhood. Now I'm just gonna
Hmm.
be transparent, okay? Because I can do that. We all know what happened with the two ladies across the street, and everybody saw that epic blowout. And for a long time before they had the epic blowout, they would always say that the ladies over here did not get along, they did not like each other, so on and so forth. And my girl Am, oh, they don't get along. Oh, they just fronting, and all that other stuff. Well, eventually you saw what it was, that they actually weren't getting along. And I said to Amber, I said, well, hey, it happens to the best of them. just like on this side, on that side, and that side on this side. And people were asking, like, do you think this was it? Do you think this was their big one? Is this it? And I said, I really can't say that because I've seen some big blow ups on this side, and they were able to work through them and come back together. Which brings me to my next point: is how bad is a fallout before you're not part of the sisterhood anymore? And now, when I ask that, that's not a direct blow at them. I'm just being transparent as to what made me uh, think of this title about sisterhood. Because I ain't trying to call nobody out or throw nobody under the bus. I'm just saying it's what
Right.
brought the conversation about, if that makes sense. It's really what brought the conversation.
Well, in my opinion, I would say I wouldn't, excuse me, I wouldn't go so far as to not have a conversation with a person. Um, I'm going to say like last night, and everybody said that we take up for Amber. And I'm only using this as a point.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I wouldn't reference to that last night. But if I was on the outside looking in, which we were, all of us was, I think Amber did well too. You, for one, I know I don't like her to leave her platform because she had the most people. So she, let them come to your platform, and you have control as well of the platform. You have control of muting, doing whatever you need to do to get your point across. But I have to say, what got me is the fact that Amber did do what an adult would do. Step to that person, try to have a conversation, find out what's going on, and let's fix it. I'm here. I think that was very humbling. I think that was trying to say, hey, I'm here to be held accountable for whatever you think I may have done to you. I'm here. Let me get it out to try to hear you out and tell you my end of it, and we can go from there. It's not that we have to, boo up and be friends and have lunch or anything. But you going around and you saying this and you want to put charges on me, as you say. So let's see if we can fix this and won't have to take it that far. Because at this point, you trying to go there in a way where it's going to be on my name, my brand, my reputation, my character. Is all that's going to be under question. And before I let you do that, it might be something really, really, really just trivial, to the point, girl, I didn't do that. Girl, no, here's the receipt. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So I just think it just, you go too far when you go to getting legal. That should be your last option in anything. That should be the last straw. It shouldn't be every time you have a disagreement with someone that you just jump up and call the police, or you jump up and take it to a whole nother level. And I think the joking has went too far, and it's been hurt a lot of people. It's a lot of things said that they didn't went too far on both sides that you just can't come back from. But I do think that you can agree to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
You do you, I do me, and we don't have to speak on each other. You go over there and I'll go over here. Some bridges just not meant to cross again, and you just be okay with that. You just be okay with it. It doesn't mean that you have to be ugly about it. It doesn't mean that you have to get in your feelings about it. But that's it, and that's all. And that's the first step in sisterhood. We can all disagree and be done, and we can agree or disagree. You don't have to take it to the point of involving your families, children, husbands, loved ones, deceased loved ones. None of that. Either the name calling, all of that is just, and what I'm saying by that is it hurt. People have triggers. People have things that's deep wounded, things that hurt, and they just poke, 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 poke until they get to you to the point where you just feel like I just I'm bagged in a corner. So I gotta come out clawing and scratching, biting, do whatever survival mode. But I think this right here, this situation right here has taught us a lot, Miss White. I think that this person, if she would get out of her own way and really sit down, I think she's being used. I hate to go there, but I think she's being used simply because one person has misplaced anger towards Amber. And she's using this girl to do it. And she's allowing her to do it. So, it's gone too far. So it's no coming back, but we could fix it by you sitting down and let Amber speak her piece and you speak your piece, or just let it go. Just say, you know what? I'm not putting no charges on Amber. I'm not doing this because at some point I think she should look back and think about when Amber extended a hand to help her and embraced her against everybody else's judgment. She still try to find the good in someone before you go low. Try to think about what that person has brought to the table. That's just like with me and you. If I just jump up one day and switch up on you, why? You would be like, what did I ever do to her? You know, this is a conversation we could have had behind the scene. So I think, I just think she need to reach back in her memory Rolodex and think about the good in Amber and let all that don't be nobody's fool. Don't get used. And that's what I think she's being. I just think she's being used.
Yeah.
And I think a sisterhood is people that genuinely respect and care for each other. It's not necessarily love, but it could grow to love. But I think if you reach back and think of something good about that person, it could go there to love. But you got to respect each other enough to be able to say, you know what, I see something in that woman. I see some in Miss White. I see some in I'm Chosen. I see some in Alexis. I see some in Amber. And you respect each one has different qualities and you meet them right there with their qualities and you don't expect anything more. You're with Miss White for this. You're with I'm Chosen for this. Each one bring a unique value to the table in a sisterhood.
Mm-hmm. But you know what? Now that you spoke on that, I want to read good morning, gorgeous comment. And then I'm going to say what I was going to say. She says, let me speak to Miss Lasonda and Leland also, as well as Gloria, who came in the chat. Thank you all for coming in.
Hey,
She
Miss
said,
Lasanda.
she says, sisterhood isn't necessarily meant for everyone to be at the same table. You can have different sisterhoods. Hell, I have
Mhm.
sisterhoods for different purposes, i.e., childhood friends, career, and travel. Not all of my sisterhoods commingle. That's a great point. That's why I was.
I love that.
You may not get along with everybody, but just know you kind of attached to a sisterhood from a distance,
Hmm.
so to speak. Like, because if you attach to this person who's attached to this person, they're kind of in reach. Some people don't want to be reached, but they're there for the taking for the most part. But you spoke up on two things when you were saying, like, if somebody just switch up on you, like, for no reason. So with that being said, I think that we have to have some transparency, as well as some vulnerability, um, and some accountability, you know, because I'm gonna speak for me, even dealing with
I
people
agree with that.
that I've dealt with in the soccer. I've been switched up on numerous times. And I mean switched up on like out of nowhere, no clue, like what? And yeah, I'm being honest, like I don't know why. And it was bothering me, like, what in the world? I did not understand it because nobody was willing to say, uh, well, I felt like you did this or you did that and I didn't like it. But instead of you coming to me and saying, hey, Miss White, you offended me with X, Y, and Z, or I thought you did this and you didn't, or I felt like, I'm a very approachable person. I'm a very approachable person. So I felt like if you switched up on me, that you really just wanted to, you know, and that came without not being woman enough to say it. I don't know if you are afraid to say what you wanted to say or scared if I don't know, but I didn't find accountability in people who do that. I think it's kind of cowardness, to be honest. And I can say cowardness, but I'm saying it out of love. I'm not calling nobody a coward, like you're afraid of me. But I'm just saying, like, as a woman, we're supposed to be able to speak to one another, hear one another, talk to one another. You know,
Exactly.
uh, it is not going to always be on good terms, but at least you know where someone is coming from. You know, and I was feeling away because I didn't think that I was granted that, and that had put me in a place. Now, I'm not saying that I was in a sisterhood with everybody who did that. That's not what I'm saying. Some people I
Mhm.
did have communication with, I had a rapport with, and to do that. And then you also spoke on being used. So in that one instance that you were referring to, I wanted to say, yeah, you could be being used, but when you went on the merry-go-round and you spent around at least twice, you already know what's going on. So if you're being used, you want to be used.
Yeah,
you
I
know
agree with that. I agree with that because you're not trying to hear at this point. It's a mute conversation. You're not trying to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. I
Right.
mean, the things you saying, and you dragging you going after everybody, but what you really want to say. Why are
What
you
you
over there?
really want to say.
Yes, and who you really want to say it to. So you going around
Mhm.
and you basically you don't want this woman to have any support. You just want to just bully her instead of just going to her if you feel so strongly about what you're saying and what you believe in. But now you didn't kind of burn that bridge, and it's just needs to stop. People need to learn how, if they're gonna, like you said. um Good morning gorgeous said in the chat, she said communication is at an all-time low. It is that people, I mean, we all grown, whether we're young or older or whatever, but we are grown, and we need to learn how to communicate. I mean, say what you mean what you say. Bottom line. You can only go so far with some people. Some people just can't go there with. You
Mhm.
beating a dead horse. And I want to tell my girl that so bad. You beating a dead horse. Don't go in them chats and keep going back and forth with her, because it makes you look bad. And I'm talking about you, Amber. And I love you to death, but it makes you, not her. Because I wanted her to scream her lungs out today. And you not even give her any energy, because that's what she want. That's why I was like, Lexus, you can get her. But since she want to call herself putting, a statement on Amber, I don't want Amber to talk to her anymore. Stop
Um,
talking.
Let me let them know what I'm chewing on today. So if y'all are new in the chat and are not familiar, at Chat and Chew, we're either cooking and having conversations or we're eating and having conversations. Today, for my dinner, I'm having breakfast. So I got some grits and eggs and turkey sausage and turkey and bacon. And that's what I'm chewing on. My daughter just brought me a plate. I've seen some people saying it's rude to eat when you laugh, but that's what our channel is about. Chat and chew about the conversation. Okay. And then she also said what's so profound. She said you can only control yourself. People will move how they choose, and you will have to be okay with that. And just move accordingly. If they don't respect you enough for a conversation, then it wasn't a strong sisterhood anyway. And then Robin second that. She said,
I agree.
she says, right. And I agree, because you know what? It's been said to me a few times, almost like they just they don't really like you. They just using you, you know. I hear that a lot, right? And I say, I can't be used because there's nothing that I'm gonna give that I didn't want to give. You know, um,
Mhm.
it's just not. I'm just not. If me giving a donation to somebody and they still not liking me or brushing my ego to make me feel better just so they can get a cash app or a super chat from me, then it just shows what type of person they are. That's
Mhm.
all. And if it costs me 20, 30, 40, 50, $100, you know, to for me to be shown who you are, I'm okay with that.
Mhm. You gonna get it back tenfold though.
What you say? What you say? It don't bother me. See, like they just see the little bit of stuff that I do, what I was doing because I don't now, in chat. Only God knows what I do behind the scenes. You
Mm.
know, that's the stuff you don't even know
You
about.
do a lot behind the scene. You really
And I do
do.
it accordingly. I do it accordingly. That's it. Not just in the saga, man. I go out, me and my husband, we go out and feed the homeless. And listen, when I say feed the homeless, I ain't
Mhm.
talking about we don't give them no little sandwich and send them off
Meals.
the way. Mm-hmm. And we cooking. We cooking 4th of July. We got a big old grill. I want to say it's like a 12-footer or 10-footer. We have to pull it on the back of one of our trucks. On the 4th of July, we go to the middle of downtown and pull that
Mhm.
grill out and we cook chicken, steaks, hot dogs, hamburgers, corn, whatever you having at the cookout, we give the homeless a cookout. So, and I'm not saying that to brag, I'm just saying that because of what kind of person I am, what
That
you
should
just
speak to
said,
of your character.
God blesses me back tenfold. Like, so
Mhm.
it's not taking nothing away from me. I gave it because I wanted to give. That's all.
And
That's
you
it.
know what? And another thing about sisterhood, and good morning, gorgeous. You make some very beautiful points, and I love them. Um, we that part about meeting them where they are. I'm all with that. I mean, like I said, I can't say enough how much we support, and we're gonna continue to support Amber. We're gonna continue if this thing goes all the way to Louisiana. Louisiana is nowhere from me. I'm gonna support Amber. I'm going. I'm gonna be there. If you know, sometimes you don't have to say a word. Just being there, your presence is enough. But I just want you to see, Amber, that we all here that is support is a lot from your supporters, and we only want to see the best for you, and we with you. That's a lot. That's a sisterhood within itself because we and even brothers. You got brothers down there that windmill for you, and I'm not saying that they doing it for any reason other than they love Amber or we like something about you that we want to see you good. So that says a lot about your character. We love to see you laugh. We love to see you, just make us smile. You do a lot for a lot of people. You and Miss White, I mean, when I first came to this saga, I stayed in the bushes for I know about a year and a half, just watching just watch it. And I just watch y'all and I go off energy. I pick up on a person by just sitting back reading the room and I can tell good energy versus and when I catch that liar, no, we don't have no dealings because I can't never trust you. But I sit back and I just watched a lot of stuff and I seen a lot of good in you. I really did. I really and it was fun. And I used to feel so bad when they would blame something on Amber. I mean, Amber, like you said, Miss White told us all, but I remember exactly what she talking about when she said about the girl or a supporter. I'm gonna say a supporter needed their light bill paid. You wasn't even working, but you was trying to help her get her light bill paid. That to me is it. That spoke everything that I needed to know to say, I'm gonna support this girl and I'm gonna help her and I'm gonna do whatever I can to make her see the good in herself and believe in herself. So that's a sisterhood. Having a big sister, to tell you, hey, come on, you wrong. That's what Miss White come in at too. Like yesterday you was out, when things went left. The first thing I did was type Miss White. I need you. you know, that's well, you got people. You got a team. You got a whole force around you that's gonna be there. So don't feel like you in this alone. Don't feel like you gotta raise your voice, do nothing. You got a whole chat gonna ride for you regardless if you don't say a word. And that's not being cocky, that's not being ugly. It's just telling you the truth. We gonna ride for you and we gonna do it the right way.
She knows that she has support, and she talked on it a little bit yesterday, so I feel comfortable enough to say this because she's already spoke on it. When she got the call from the detective, and she sounded
Hmm.
kind of, I'm not gonna say scared, but she was kind of jittery a little bit. And I asked her, the detective called back, and I was on the phone. I asked her, I said, "Are you scared? Don't be scared, and because we got your back. We ain't gonna let you go out like that." And she
Mm-mm.
was like, "No, I'm not scared." She said, "It just caught me off guard."
She's
So
shocked.
yeah, she wasn't scared. She was like, "How would somebody do this to me? Um, when they done just as much to me?" And I couldn't
Hmm.
give her any answers. I wasn't there to try to give her answers. I was there to support her in what she needed at that.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Well, what do you got to do? Do you got to fly out? Do what is it you got to do? How
What
can
you
I
need?
help
How can
you?"
I
Yeah,
help you?
right.
Yes.
And that's what it was about. But she was like, "I'm not afraid." It just really caught her off guard, and she wasn't
And
lying.
rightfully so. Rightfully so. I mean, she never been through nothing like this.
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
So I'm not a lawyer, so I couldn't tell her what to do or what not to do. Just like how can I support you right now? And that's what sisterhood is about. Like, you don't have to tear anybody else down to support who you rock with either. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Because I didn't go try to tear those young ladies down because of what they were doing to Amber. That wasn't my concern. My concern
Mm-mm.
was what can I do to help
To
you
fix it.
right now?
Hmm.
Yeah, like where is my place right now? You get what I'm saying?
I
Now,
understand perfectly.
in that sisterhood, I knew my position, right? So I played
Hmm.
my position. But somebody else in the sisterhood may have had another position as to attack back. You get what I'm saying? But that's what I
Hmm.
mean, like a circle of us where you just join together, you join forces, and everybody do what it is that they need to do or they think
Play
they
their
need
part.
to do. Everybody play your position. It's like a well-oiled machine. You keep that machine oil and it's gonna go round like it's supposed to. Um, I remember when me and my sister used to get into it, and I would say, "Well, she ain't do this, and she ain't do that," and my sister would say the same thing about me, and my mom would say, "You worry about what it is that I told you to do. Just focus on what it is that you're supposed to be doing, and don't worry
Hmm.
about what your sister doing or not doing, and you watch how everything fall in place." Because she used to tell me, "It's my job to correct. It's my job to call you out and get you where you need to be. It ain't your job to call each other out."
Hmm.
And if everybody play their position, um, it'll do what it's supposed to do. Like yeah, you know how them choirs sing, and you got the alto, soprano, and the tenor, and they do them runs. And, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, I can't sing, but
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying. Everybody know they soprano part, and they say they soprano part. Alto and so
Hmm.
on and so on. And when they put that thing together, it's so harmonious. It's so
Yeah.
harmonious. But the soprano can't sing the alto, and the alto can't sing the tenor, and the tenor can't sing the alto. Play your part.
And good
And
morning, gorgeous. I'm looking at, excuse me, Miss White.
mhm,
I'm looking at what you just said. You can't always, help with
every
every
single
single
thing.
thing.
That's right. Hmm.
You're right. And you're right. But you know what you can do? Just be there.
Yeah. Help where you can, and if you can't, don't go getting in the way. Don't go causing confusion where it's not needed, and
Mm-mm.
just don't do that. And the only reason I said what I said at the beginning of this live because when I was brought to my attention, and it was a straight up lie. It was a straight up
Mm-hmm.
lie. I did try to handle it behind the scenes because I'm a big advocate for that. I am
Me
a
too.
big advocate. Like, let's keep this low and let's just work it out. I
Mm-hmm.
advocate for that wholeheartedly. So I would be hypocritical to turn around and do the very same thing that I speak against, right?
That's right.
But I did what I did because I did try to reach out to no avail, So, but I still want to, Sister Girl to know, yeah, I heard it. I heard it,
Mm-hmm.
and you lied on me, and you know you did. You know you did.
And Miss White, I commend you on that too, because you always, you stand in the gap, and you hold everyone, and you hold yourself to accountability. You'll say, yeah, I can go there too. I went there, I did that, whatever. And that's what it's all about. But basically, like I said, a sisterhood to me is some you may not have the resources for his money, you may not have the know-how to do certain things, but just supporting a person enough just to say, hey, I got you, if you need to talk or something like that. Or you don't have to say a word. That's part of sisterhood as well. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna go somewhere and bash you. If you tell me something, that's it. Don't worry about me getting on the platform and repeating anything you said, because I don't have no platform, and I don't usually grab links. Uh, but lately, sometimes you have to get an understanding. Like I said last night, those you texting in the chat, those are words. They don't have no feeling, no face, or nothing behind it. So people can take whatever you're saying and misinterpret it any kind of way they want, or get their interpretation one way, and another person could read it a totally different way. But at the end of the day, sometimes you have to put a face, voice, everything behind what you're saying to let people know how you really are feeling. So like I said, I feel like a sisterhood is people who make you comfortable enough to come up here and maybe ask questions, or get clarity on things. I feel like that's, you make it a safe space. That's the good sisterhood. So I really look at Amber, Retta, all of you all over here. You all make it easy for people to be able to say, well, I don't understand. So, well, where did this start? And then you want to give you all try your best to give us, your supporters, your sisters, your brothers, adequate and truthful information, so they can't just pass judgment. Usually when we are out there windmilling, or for one of you all, is we doing it because we know exactly what happened. We know exactly, you all then took accountability, or said, yes, I was wrong, I was 10 toes down wrong, but I said it.
Mhm. That's true. That's true. And people have to get to know me too, because see, they hear Miss White like on this platform. I've been on other people's panels, and they hear me. People say, "Oh, I feel kind of intimidated to talk to you," and I'm like, "Huh?" But even in person, I get told that I look standoffish, like I look unapproachable, that like they can't talk to me. But then when they get to know me, they be like, "Oh, you're really cool. Like you mad cool." Um, I've been on the phone on backhand conversations, and people who have never talked to me on the back end, they may start cussing, and the first thing they say is, "Oh, excuse me, Miss White, I'm so sorry," and I'd be like, that's your mouth." Like, why do you think I probably curse more than you? You know, but they just see this Miss White here because I'm very careful with what I say and how I say it. So let me say
You
this:
are.
just because I don't speak on things, don't mean that I don't feel a way about things. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't mean that I'm not upset about things. Don't I just control myself. I just keep it together. But I heard somebody said the other day, uh, keep it cute or keep it mute or some kind of way I
Mm-hmm.
heard it. But I like that because it's the truth.
Sometimes you have to. You have to sit back and, like I said, my
Mhm,
favorite thing is read the room. Get,
mhm.
just read the room. You'll learn a lot about people. Sometimes when you just close your mouth and just sit back and watch, and it's not that you judging. Don't. It's not judging. It's just getting a perspective on
Mhm,
how people move, so you know how to move accordingly with them in the room. So
mhm.
you just can't walk in and just boss the room because it's probably 50 more people in there think they're the boss. And
Now,
guess what you're gonna do? Bump heads.
right. Some would look at that as being fake, but I've always been a chameleon. I can blend in any room with anybody. I can blend in with the best of them or the worst of them.
Me too.
And I take pride. Right. I love being able to do that. I
Mm-hmm.
love that you don't never know where I'm coming from.
There you
I,
go.
I love it. Does that make me fake?
Mm-mm.
I just can adapt.
I
I can
can
adapt.
adapt to the best and I can adapt to the worst. It doesn't bother me about being, like I
Mm-hmm.
said, I don't want to be in a room and offend someone, with them thinking that it's not that I worry about what people say or do. It's just I don't want to offend you or make you feel uncomfortable any type of way to make you feel uncomfortable where you don't want to come back in the room with me because of something I did or said. So I just sit back and I see where I need to be and I move accordingly. Like Good Morning Gorgeous say, you just have to move accordingly when you sit back and you get your feel of things. And like I said, you all make it where we can come in these chats and we can voice our opinions. I don't take offense to when people say something about me. I really don't. I don't, if I offended you or you took it some type of way because I said what I felt like was my truth, then that's a you problem because I
Mm-hmm.
didn't say it to hurt you or to offend you. I said it believe you me, I thought about it before I said it, and I
That's
thought how I could say it the nicest way possible where nobody could get offended. And but if you take it some type of way and come back and say, well, you know what, I just don't like it, I don't deal with her, and that's a you problem, and I'm not going to run you down to change your mind. You got every
right.
right to feel the way you feel, and I'm not gonna dislike you because you feel that way. So don't ever feel like that. If you got a problem with Special K, trust and believe. You can say, Special K, this right here offended me when you said XYZ. Special K gonna tell you it wasn't meant to. And I apologize. If
And get to know people for yourself and
yes.
not take other people's word for things. Because honey, it was a lot of people up in here on this YouTube not liking Miss White. Oh, she thinks she all that. She thinks she know everything. Um, what was it? The cash handler. The what was the word, Amber? I was uh, using money as influence to get people to talk about what I wanted them to talk about. Just all
Mm,
kind of stuff, right?
that's me.
So then when people get to know me, they be like, "Oh wow, like Miss White, you cool." Yeah, I'm cool, and I cuss. But you have to get to know me, to know that. You have to get to know me to get to know that. And that's
So,
another
Miss
reason
White, I
why.
want to ask you a question.
Mhm. Sure.
Tell me, give me your interpretation of a sisterhood, and how would you build a sisterhood among these ladies and gentlemen right now? You know, we have a family. We're gonna say a family instead of just a sisterhood,
Hmm.
because we
Well,
have men.
when I first came out, I don't know if you were in here. I was saying that I look at it like a superpower, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in order for it to be a superpower, everybody has to know their part. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you you got several different instruments in the sisterhood, and everybody has a different part to play. Even if it's just two of you, you know what your sister do, and she know what you will and won't do, right? And a sisterhood is just being supportive, being there. All the things that I'm talking about, all the things that I'm naming is what sisterhood is to me. I go back to what I just said. Like, I'm not gonna get caught out here slipping, saying anything any kind of way. You get what I'm saying? I'm getting ready to be running for some offices and stuff. Maybe I'm thinking about it. But imagine me going in a run and they hitting YouTube where I was up here and a pop 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 pop
Mm-hmm.
pop 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 and da 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 da. Just imagine that. Because you don't never know where life is going to take you. You don't never know where
Exactly.
life is going to take you. So you got to be very careful of what you're saying and doing out here for the
Mm-hmm.
world to see, right? You
Mm-hmm.
just That's one thing you have to be careful of. But when you know your sisterhood, like I just said, just because I don't speak on things don't mean it don't make me angry, don't mean it don't make me want to scream about it or any of that. But because I know my circle, I might feel one way about it, and I ain't got to say nothing because I know I got somebody else in my circle who will. You know what I'm saying? And
You don't want to be guilty by association.
them that's true too, but that's a two-sided coin to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's a two-sided coin to me because um, once people make up something in their mind, you're gonna be guilty regardless. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you say it, how you spread it, how you took it, or let it all out. Once people make up something in their mind about you without the facts, that is, it's gonna be law. It's gonna
Their
be law.
perception of you.
It's gonna be law.
And when I
So,
say guilty by association,
hmm
that's not necessarily saying just because you with someone and they may have a different choice of an opinion. I'm saying that by you, okay, say for instance, I hate to keep going back to my girl, but people like, I'll say D Ham. He's guilty by association. Um, in a lot of things because he supports and
as
he's
I
friends.
as I am too.
Yes, and you. Oh, I was just about to say you too.
Yeah, I
Uh,
understand.
you all get a lot of backlash because you only guilty by association,
Yeah.
and um, but a lot of people don't like to come out and verbally say anything or stand their stance because they don't want to be, well, I don't want to be caught up in it. I don't want to be in this. I'm good with this person. I'm good with that person. You could be good with that person, but you still also, if you're in a friendship with a person, you have to draw the line on what you say to other people. You put out there, like, give them the impression that you really not standing with your friend, because they'll take a little bit of something you say and they'll misconstrue it and have it all over everywhere saying, well, she really don't rock with her like that because she told me such. No. So you have to be very careful, even in a sisterhood, to, as like Miss you said, Miss White, what you say. You have to, really be on your P's and Q's, on pick and choose your words carefully when you're dealing with, if you know that person is the type of person that twists words around, play word games, lie by omission,
hmm
whatever. You have to be careful how you speak to them and about them. But your friend should always feel secure to know that when their back is turned, you got them.
And it's
Or
important to know too, Special K, who's in your circle. And when I say who, not like
yes.
name, not meaning by name, but uh what they're capable of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just knowing who they are as a person.
Mm-hmm.
Um, my bestie, my bestie is barely 5 feet tall. Okay, and to look at her, you listen to her talk sometime, you would think she was the most hood ratchetest thing in the world. But sis made 6 figures in the
Mm-hmm.
corporate world. She worked for holding company, doing the damn thing. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
to look at her, you wouldn't know that. She doing the thing. Now she and we're starting a bail bondsman company. Okay. Shout out to Locked and Loaded. That's the name of our bondsman company we're starting.
I
And
like that.
we both have locks. Her locks are much longer than mine now because I cut them. You know, my locks were down to my knees a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people misinterpret that because we carry weapons.
Mm-hmm.
We carry weapons and we love them. We're in the gun store all the time. We at the rifle range all the time. Sis, and like, oh Lord, here they come. And first thing they see is when they hear us say locked and loaded, they think because of what we have on our waist, but really it's because of our hair. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just kind of like with a twist. But to listen to her talk, you would think that she's the feisty one, right? You would think that, oh Lord, she about ready to take somebody's head off. When in fact, it's me that keep one in the head at all times. And I mean, I'm just being honest. And is I call them open toe sandals, hollow points. That's me. But I'm sitting back and everybody think that I'm just chill, cool, and calm because she will give you the business and she can cuss you out just as ratchet as they come or make you feel bad as a wet dog in a winter snowstorm without using one cuss word. I mean, she's that versatile. It is what it is. So I know what I got in my corner when it comes to my best friend. I know what I got. I know. When I talked to her about this saga, and she was like, "You and what? You
Sound like
did what?
mine.
They did what? They said what to you?" She was like, "Sister, you let them say that?" I'm like, "Girl, them people ain't knowing them. Me. I ain't thinking about that thing. But she be taken aback when she hears some of the things that be said about me. She was like, even my husband, he be like, "What?" Because look, y'all. Some people who talk to me frequently on the back end, they've heard the stories from my family. Mr. White don't get up there on here and do all that. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do it. But Miss White here recently has been known to come across the counter on somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 stores in my neighborhood right now that I can't step foot in. And the damn sure won't because I was shoplifting, okay? I will give somebody, what my daddy said, I'll take your ass off and hand it to you. That's me.
Mhm.
That's me. And I'm not bragging about it because I've come a very, 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 very long way. I've come a very long
Mhm.
way. But you just have to know who's in your circle. So when things don't go the way that you thought they should, or the way you anticipated it, or you think they're doing you wrong, you won't be shocked. You won't be hurt. You won't be baffled because you already know who you're dealing with. And we have a certain amount of accountability to that, to know who we fooling with. We got a responsibility, guys. We got to know who's in our circle. We got to know
Mhm.
who we dealing with and what they're capable of. I can't help but go back to Amber. That's why, because I've built a different type of relationship with her. When it's
Mhm.
certain things that somebody say she did, Naomi ain't gonna ask her, you know. And she gives me her answer, and I can about tell if she did it or not. A lot of times she
Mhm.
might kind of somewhat plead the fifth. That way she ain't got to tell me no lie type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's been times that it was one instance where she um Dawn and my girl, because she just asked for her name not to be called, but they would get ready to go on live and be messy. They would get ready to do some stuff on live. I didn't know. They try to keep me out of, that kind of stuff. And I'm all up
Mm-hmm.
there on the panel. I'm all up there on the panel, but they know they waiting to be messy. And but I got my ass sitting up there and they like, Miss right up here. So Amber got me down. What she said was, my two looking for you. She said, call her. So that was their way of getting me down and out the way. You know what I'm saying? So, that's how you know when somebody really has your best interest at heart too, because they'll try to
Mm-hmm.
and keep you away from the things that they feel like you should not be in or things that you
Yes.
don't want to be a part of, and it's about knowing who you dealing with. Now, of course, we got people who will lie to you, not be truthful with you, and the first thing we say, well, I didn't know. Shoot, we knew. We just chose not to see it or believe. We be knowing. Come on, y'all. We women. We know. We
Yeah.
definitely know what be going on. Come on, y'all. We not crazy. So that's why when somebody switch up on you, you can't be that surprised. You
No.
can't. You
No,
can't.
you especially if you've seen them in rare form before on
Mm-hmm,
somebody else. It
mm-hmm,
doesn't it
mm-hmm.
doesn't exempt you. If you sitting there and you watching how a person moved with someone else and really for no reason and they just went in on that person. Pretty much what I always say, the crime didn't warrant the punishment, then that's a totally different story. Then at that point, I will look at you and say, well, you knew. It shouldn't be a surprise to you that she's coming for you or he's coming for you because, you've seen it happen before. So why are you
Thank you for
shocked
coming in.
now? Hey, Truth
And
Slayer.
chat, the link is there. It's for everyone to grab. I wanted this to be a community conversation because all of y'all, we ain't just talking about the saga. Most of my references I'm using is my real life besties. I got two
Mm-hmm.
besties, as a matter of fact. And I have two besties, and they know each other through me, but we have two different levels of bestiness, if that makes sense. I got one that came and got collard greens today. Or sister get out in the yard and I have to
That's some
cut
pretty
lay
greens
down
too.
some stalks that oh, thank you, cool. That now y'all see I spend so much time in my yard. That's why I'm always in the yard. Like, let me get in my yard. Let me get in the yard.
They
But
healthy too.
yeah, I'm a country girl to my heart. But the link is there. Alexis, come up and tell me what you think sisterhood mean to you.
And Truth
And
Slayer, you too.
yeah, because yesterday you was on Lexus, right? You were on Lexus. I'm sorry, you were on Amber about how she and Sexy Ray, hey ladybug,
Hey,
you
Sexy
were
Ray.
Amber about how she handles her real life sister, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say anything and I didn't interject, but I myself, and I understood exactly where you were coming from. I'm not disagreeing with nothing you said at all. But because I've had the pleasure of having conversations with them behind the scenes that other people don't get to hear, it's just
Mm-hmm.
hilarious to me. They remind me of something like the Golden Girls type thing because they just stay at each other's neck, but there's nothing
Mm-hmm.
in the world the other wouldn't do for the other. Like
It's
they,
love. If you know
Mhm.
them, you know
Yeah,
it's
you
love.
gotta know
It's
them
all in
though.
love.
And your
You you
point,
you can hear it.
but everybody don't know them, like you were saying. Some people
Mm-hmm.
don't know that, and they will take it and run with it, like they've done so many times, and say one don't like
Mm-hmm.
one's better than the other. They try to play this
Cause division.
in the middle of them, but
Mm-hmm.
them sisters love each other.
They
Them,
do. And I have to say today, Alexis, I was proud of you. Um, Alexis told her, I got you. I'll handle it, Amber.
something happened
And
today. I must have missed something.
when she came when the lady, the other girl was up there, yelling and what have you, and Amber was trying to get her point across, and she wouldn't shut up and let her Lexus hit that link and went up there, and
Oh, this was
Amber
today.
dropped down. Yeah, today.
Oh.
So what I was saying, and I was like, that's my girl. That's what you do. You go in, and she's like, my sister is not gonna deal with her. D-Ham let me deal with her, because
Mm-hmm.
she got all this rah rah, and I know what to say, and I know how to come back at her. See where Amber is. Some points Amber can read, but Alexis can read. And when I tell you one stronger in the other, and sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need to tell your sister, back off, I got you. Because
Yeah.
that little lady, she just wasn't gonna let up on Amber. And Amber gets frustrated with it.
She
You can
does.
hear it in her voice, and she gets real angry about, because she is trying to prove her point.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So
Now she has come a long way.
she
Y'all know
has.
I
She
used to be like,
has.
get your ass off my chat. You don't F with me. No way. You dirty
Hey,
bitch.
Andrea.
Get out of here. Blah, blah, blah. So she's come a long way. And she still has a way to go. She still has a way to
Hmm.
go. But
She's come a long way, and I'm proud of her. That's why I've like, don't let them break you. Don't let them break you, because that's their strength, is they think they can break Amber.
yeah.
No, and I no, they will not be doing that. They they will not be doing that, and that's why I said, my girl, I love Alexis. Alexis stepped in there like, boom, I got you, and she handled old girl, and old girl piped down. I bet
Oh
you
yeah.
that. She piped down.
Now
She didn't
got
go
me.
up against Alexis.
Mm, wow. Hey lady.
Hey, good evening. Oh, she is that Cancer 66?
No, it was 60. I don't know what happened. She
Oh,
popped.
okay.
That was
How are
I'm
you?
chosen.
Oh, was
Mm-hmm.
it? That's what I thought.
Hey, True Slayer.
Hey, how y'all doing this evening?
I'm
Good.
doing good, and you?
Good. I'm good also. I'm tired. I just walked in the door and I said let me jump on here and support. I'll be trying to get everybody.
I appreciate
Um
it.
of course. And then I didn't recognize you up here, Special K. I said, who is that up there?
That's all that
um
beauty. That beauty was blinding you.
listen, wasn't it?
All that beauty was
Thank
And
you.
was
I'm gonna
because
cam
her
up. I'm gonna cam up for you all, so y'all
come
can
blinding.
on
see I
and
do
cam
look
up.
like my pictures.
About
I
your
do
voice.
look
You
like
a
it.
lady, honey. You a lady. That's what my baby say, y'all. She'll be 10 this weekend. There was Saturday coming. And she'd be like, Mama, I'm a lady. And I just love it. She's like, I'm a
She is.
lady.
She's gorgeous too.
You got a
Like,
10-year-old, Miss White?
I
Do
got a
you?
little 10-year-old punkin nipple. Yep. My back still works. No, I'm
And
just
ain't
kidding.
nothing wrong with it. You hear me? Okay.
We going on Lexus. We going on Lexus now.
But you know what? I appreciate you mentioning me, Special K. I hopped up here because I was thinking about when y'all talking about Amber and Alexis relationship and somebody that will remain nameless. I heard, made a statement about, you know, um, Alexis be letting Amber little girl her. I don't know if y'all know what
Hmm.
I'm talking about.
I know what
Yeah.
you're saying. We
And I
heard
was
that too.
laughing. And I was laughing because when I was first, like tuning into them and listening to them, I always love, well, I like them both, you know what I'm saying? But when Lexus be defending her sister, remind me of me because I'm in the middle of three daughters and my sisters didn't
Hmm.
know I kill and die for them. They know that. And they know I don't play. And
Hmm.
they be like, wait, no, it wasn't like, I'm like, oh, you better let me know because I was definitely finna get on them. So I'm the
Hmm.
same way about my sisters. And so I really started paying attention to like just them in general because I just didn't know them well enough to know like so much stuff has been said about Amber and I didn't know, what was true, what wasn't. And
Mhm.
I'm listening to Leslie defend her sister. And then I just started, I was really starting to tune into Amber a lot. And I was like, I like Amber. You know
I
what I'm
do
saying?
too.
What's going on, So, but I wanted to say that when that person made that statement, and I was like, I don't think that she little girls her. I think
Mm-mm,
big sis. I think Amber is her baby, and she let
mm,
Amber have her way. You understand?
mm-hmm,
That when I
mm-hmm,
don't think it's little girl at all, because I think big sis, she let she the big sister, right? She's not afraid to do that. But I just
mm-hmm.
think my baby sister, you know what I mean? Like you let
You're
the
not
baby
gonna
be,
come for her.
yeah, and you're not gonna like you know. I know what the person was trying to say,
Mm-hmm.
but like you said, you gotta kind of like tune into them a lot and see how they are together, and
The dynamics.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you have to really kind of understand it. And I was like, no, Amber don't be little girl in her. Amber just the baby. The babies are
That's it.
spoiled.
She's spoiled, and
She
that's
lets
what I
her
told her
baby get her
yesterday.
way. Have her way, and then she just back her up while she having her way. That's how I see that.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't think it
Well,
was a little girl move at all.
I didn't
Well,
either, and like I said, I explained that to her when I was telling her last night. I was telling the both of them last night. I'm the baby of three daughters, so I have two older sisters, and I had to learn that because I used to be like, well, y'all treat me like I'm like I don't have no sense and this, that, because they'll say like, well, Kimberly, we got this. That's my name, Kimberly. They'll be like, Kimberly, we got this, or Kimberly this. My oldest sister, she is very corporate and she's a business person. She owns her own company and she's used to being dominant. So it even flows over into the relationship of her two sisters, her two younger sisters. She's, when she say what she say go, this is how we're gonna do it. And I know she means well, but I had to learn to pull back on so much aggression, trying to solidify myself as an adult to say I'm an adult just like or whatever. And I just told her one day, I said, you kind of little girl me. You kind of little girl me, make me feel some type of way, and she was like, did I do it in public? I was like, no, you didn't do it in public, but you know to me. And she was like, well, you know what, I'm gonna work on that, Kimberly. And I promise you, y'all, that was over about 10 years ago. And she has, it's always, like, well, Kimberly, would you like? It wasn't Kimberly. Well, we're going here. We're doing this. Or I bought you this. Or I bought you that. It's no longer that type of conversation. It's more of, well, Kimberly, I thought you might like this.
you see how
She
important
she changed her words.
that public perception was to your sister.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't even so much that her, from what I gathered, what you said, she wasn't so much even worried about what she did to you, but did I do it in public? So how
Yes.
do other people look at that? And that's important to me.
Yes.
Wait,
Yes.
sissy, girl,
Hey,
welcome to
hey,
your
hey,
family.
hey.
Hey, I'm
Hello.
chosen.
Hey, sisters. How
I
y'all
stood
doing?
in for you until you got here. I was like,
Oh, thank
No,
I'm gonna
you.
keep her company up here.
you
Yeah,
changed your
I
mind.
sure appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it so much because this baby got me dizzy. You hear me?
Yes.
Between fixing bottles, boiling bottles, making formula, changing diapers. Little grouchy men want to eat every 2 hours on the dot. Okay,
Y'all
but
know
I
our
was
bodies were
listening.
designed for that, right? I'm sorry, yes, y'all. Here I go
What
with
you
my
say,
little stuff.
Sissy?
Our bodies were designed to eat every 2 hours. God designed us
Oh,
that way, and even to the day we're supposed to eat every 2 hours. And because we've gotten away from that in the world,
mm-hmm.
that's where we have all this weight gain. Hey, pretty girl. That's where we have all this weight gain and everything like that. When I had weight loss surgery, like I had to go through all these classes. Come here, baby, and say hi to my people. When I had my weight loss surgery and everything, my nutritionist taught me about that we were set up from the beginning of time. Like nobody tells a baby they have to eat every 2 hours. They know it.
Mm-hmm.
They automatically know it. But I'm sorry for interrupting. Y'all know when I have little nuggets, I like to be dropped.
And I'm glad you shared that nugget too, because I did not know that, Sissy. I did not. I went to
Hmm.
weight loss, the weight loss class too, but Ask me what I retain. Not a
Oh,
thing other than you gonna get full quick and you need to take your vitamins, but not even as far as how important the vitamins were. But that's a good nugget. I'm glad you shared that,
baby, never
because
Mm-hmm.
you
that
tell
could
baby.
help some of my family member. It could help me, if you eat those small meals every 2 hours, that makes a lot of sense.
Mhm. Yeah. Baby saying hi, y'all.
Hey.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, baby. How
Baby,
you
I told everybody,
doing?
I told everybody your IQ the other day.
There's pretty girl.
She not just pretty smart. I told my like,
Period.
yeah, my baby got a high IQ.
It runs in the family.
Yes. Yes, she looks
They get
like
it
her
from their
mom.
mom. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Kim and
Yep.
grandbaby, y'all want to meet? This is my grandbaby. Y'all haven't seen Miss Seven, honey. She look baby genius. I was on the phone with somebody that was like, I ain't never heard no 3-year-old talk like that using them full sentences. I said, her mama worked with her, yeah. Oh, girl, she's so big girl. Say, say, hey, chat and chew. No, say it right.
Hey, baby. Little cute
Oh,
self.
she is so
This
cute.
is
Hey, sweetie.
Ain't she
Sissy.
cute? Cheeks, boy. Kiss them cheeks
Oh,
all day.
yeah.
That my pumpkin nipple. I miss her. Grandma ain't seen her,
Oh,
y'all. That's why I had to get my
I love
Hmm.
that cute little cheeks.
She is
mm.
beautiful. And that complexion, baby.
She learned what
Woo.
a
Miss
favor was.
White. That's Miss White. A little
She
Miss
told,
White.
she told her daddy,
Hmm.
Daddy, I did mommy a favor. She learned what a favor was. Oh Lord, now she gonna do everybody a favor.
Oh,
Hey,
Lord.
Brittany. Okay, well, I got a question for Chosen and True Slayer. Um,
Yes, ma'am.
Miss White and I both gave our opinions of sisterhood
Hmm.
and some of the things that we feel like is a foundation of a sisterhood, um, and what determines that it needs to be just demolished at some point.
Mhm.
What limits do you and boundaries do you think should be set in a sisterhood? And I'll start with whoever you all can give your perception on that.
True Claire, baby, you can start.
Okay. Um, so you basically want to, what does sisterhood mean to me, and then like,
Yes, your
what's the breaking
interpretation.
point, or
Yes.
what's the, um, yeah, I get it. Okay, so as you were asking the question, a few words popped into my head, like unconditional love, accountability, you know, um, loyalty and trust,
Mhm.
and being authentic. Because I think sometimes we put on even for our sisters, because we care about what they think of us and all of that. So sometimes, even though we say we have unconditional love for one another and we rocking and rolling and all of that, when you care about what people think about you, people close to you, sometimes you might not be quite as authentic, because you're like, I don't want it to change how they feel about me. But I believe that a true sisterhood is when, no matter what's going on, you know, that you're going to be received, you're going to be respected, right? And that we're all different. And I think our differences, I love that we're different. If we all did the same thing and nobody had any kind of challenge, that would be a boring life. If we all looked the same, if we was all shaped the same, like, how boring would that be? So
Exactly.
if there has to be a respect there, that even if I do think you did something that I would never do, or if it's silly, or if I'm like, girl, that wasn't wise or whatever, um, I know I'd be going in on this story, but I also believe that how you say something to somebody, how you deal with them, the how is very important to me, because um, the point that I'm getting at, it's going to be the same. Um, it's not going to
What
be
is
I guess, because I'm saying I want you to receive what I'm saying. I don't want to just tell you something. Right? I
oh,
want you to
okay.
receive it. So I try to be, careful with how you handle people that you love with your sisters, but also don't be afraid to hold them accountable because you want the best for them. Right. So you can't
Mm-hmm.
be afraid and like, well, I don't want to make her upset because maybe she won't be my sister no more. She won't be my friend.
There you go.
The beauty of it is that if we call ourselves sisters, I can be honest and still know in the end you're going to still be there.
Mm-hmm.
There shouldn't be that trepidation about it if it's a true sisterhood.
Okay.
That's true.
That
That's
is,
I
I
want to
agree with
piggyback
that.
on that for a moment, just because we have to know that in sisterhood, everything is not going to be peaches and roses and flowers all the time. We're gonna have bad times just like good times.
Right.
Right. And just
Mm-hmm.
real quick, the second part of that question where you said, like, I think you were kind of asking, like, what's the deal breaker, basically?
Yes, yes.
Um, it's when my accountability with you, my unconditional love for you is not being respected or appreciated. If we are in a bond, we call ourselves sisters, then because I have two sisters and we don't agree on everything, but there's so much love and respect there that no matter what's going on, we already know we're still going to be, just that close. I don't have any fear about that. So I think that when you try to put a harness on me as your sister, like, well, yeah, you my sister, but you know, this, I'm telling you my business, but I don't want to hear your response. Like if you start to be really unsisterly, if you start to see me as somebody that's against you when I'm really just trying to love you and hold you accountable, that's a deal breaker for me because I'm not your sister to allow you to walk off a cliff. I'm your sister to make sure you don't. So if you don't respect that and you think I'm being problematic to you because I want the best for you, that is a deal breaker for me.
Mm, absolutely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Something going on with my screen, y'all, but keep talking. I don't know what's happening here.
Look like, did we lose somebody? No, okay, Special K.
Yeah,
Okay, I see
I
her.
don't know. I think I might have did it. I'm not sure. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
I was
There
like, this white playing with her screen and booted me.
I know what I
Well,
did there.
I
I think
agree.
women.
What were you gonna say, Sissy?
Mm-mm. Y'all,
Oh,
Devin.
um, well, I agree. And I was also listening before I came up on the panel to you ladies. Um, I'll try to. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. My brain gets to racing, so I start talking, and sometimes what comes out of my mouth doesn't make sense until I finish the complete set of 10,000 thoughts. Right. So to try to narrow it down, first of all, sisterhood to me, I look at sisterhood as like a relationship or a companionship amongst women. Okay, and you find those group of women or women um, because you have a common interest at some point in your life, and you come together and you build on whatever that common interest was, be it social, business, or even politics, right? So for me, uh, the sisterhood means that I'm here for you unconditionally, but then not unconditionally, because if you build a sisterhood, you really have to know that person's character. You can say we're sisters all day, but if I were out of town and you know I'm out of town, but yet you decide to come to my house and my spouse is there, and you make a conscious decision to put on something enticing to say, "Oh, I know such is out of town. I just want to drop you by this lunch," and in the back of your mind, you've been stalking my husband in your dreams, you know, you you
Woo.
you don't know a person's true character. You know a person what they'll do in your presence, but to really know a person is to know what they'll do when you're not around, to know what they're saying about you, um, when everybody else is talking about you, Are they standing up for you, or are they joining in, or are they coming to your defense? So it's a fine line when you people throw the word sisterhood around, right? Because you can have a
Mhm.
sisterhood and just say, oh, we all are pro-abortion. All of us, that's a community of women, that's a sisterhood of women. They all believe that a woman's body is her body, and they're going to march for that cause. So in that moment, they're a sisterhood, but they're really not friends. For me, sisterhood means actual friends. And it doesn't mean that to every woman. You understand? So, like me and, for example, I heard Sissy saying her best friend, and they're going to start this journey with the new business, the lock and loaded, right? Well, I have a best friend that I've been friends with since kindergarten. She's loaded, she travels, she do the damn thing, you know what I mean? So she has $1 million mindset. She's always had that. I've always been the one that was, like I said, I got married at 18. While I was chasing love, she was chasing paper. We don't talk every day, we don't even talk every month, but when we do talk, it's like we never stop, you know now me and Sissy have talked in this last year more than me and this friend of decades have talked in probably the last 2 years. You see what I'm saying? I love them both equally. You understand? Even though this is my childhood friend and Sissy came in my life um, just within the last year, I love them equally. There's nothing that I wouldn't do for either one of them. And I believe that if I need something, that I can go to both of them just the same, and they would be there for me. You understand? But when you start using the word sisterhood, and let's say hypothetically speaking, we are a sisterhood on this YouTube, right? We have, who you are locked in with, who you have built a rapport with, you know who you have respect for, but these same sisters can hear a whisper from anywhere. And instead of them sisters coming to you and asking you, is such and such true? Or did you know this or that was being said? They will shun you and turn their back on you and not even give you an explanation as to why. But you looked at them as a part of your community, right? You looked at this lady or these ladies as a sisterhood. At one point, I was rearranging my whole schedule around just to make sure I was able to support certain content creators, right? I absolutely adored and admired and wanted to be a part of a sisterhood with certain people. But then those same people, it's like, things change somewhere. And you
Was it
have to have a
mutual?
foundation. I thought it was mutual, but apparently it wasn't. So we make the
Mhm.
assumption of thinking that other women think like us, that other people would have us in the same regard or hold us, close to their heart, as we do them. And that's how a lot of sisters end up hurting each other
Mhm. Mhm.
That's
because
true.
they cross lines, and then there's no accountability, and you're not even talking about lines in the physical, because hell, you're not even in the same city. Hell, never even seen each other, right? In real life, but you open up your a space in your spirit for this woman, and it didn't pan out to be what you thought. So for me, sisterhood is a fine line. It doesn't even mean that you're friends. It really means that you're supposed to be there for each other, support with one another. But in doing so, I'm not going to support any woman's wrongdoing as far as what I think is wrong in my morals and my values. I'm not going to support another woman um, tearing down a woman that hasn't torn them down. You know what I mean? If
Mhm.
You want to play the tit for tat? I'm with that. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I don't bother anybody. I try to stay in my lane. But when you start messing with people that I hold sacred to my heart, then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna insert myself because that's what a sisterhood means, right? It
Mm-hmm.
means supporting, and building, and you have concern for that other person or those group of women. You have concern for how someone else made them feel.
That's right.
See,
I
Mm-hmm.
agree with that.
said you used the phrase that caught my attention, and in the chat I see it caught Good Morning Gorgeous' attention as well when you said a common interest, right? And
Hmm.
what I wanted to say about the common interest is when sisterhoods are built off hate, when you have a common dislike for a thing, a person, or a situation. They like to say
Hmm.
trauma bonding or whatever it is. But it don't mean you have anything in common. You just have a common identity.
Hmm.
Meaning you are identifying with something that both of you don't like. Y'all can identify with that, right? You don't really
Right.
have no things in common. You don't really care for the person. You haven't built and established a friendship along the way because friendships is
Right.
something where they come in steps, right? You're building
Exactly.
onto something that now creates what it is that you're looking for. But when you build sisterhoods of hate, you skip all the steps and just built something.
Yes.
So the
Right.
foundation
Yep.
isn't strong, right? Because you just kind
Hmm.
of slap something up there without putting a foundation on the floor. And we all know
That's
what
it.
happens to a house with a bad foundation, right?
It's gonna
It's
crumble.
going
Yep.
to,
Mm-hmm.
like, it's no way around it. It's going to crumble. You're going to find yourself in toxic dynamics, right?
Right.
As we recently seen, you're not allowed to grow. You're gonna have
Mm-hmm.
limited growth in those situations. Of course, the dynamics are gonna be
Not to mention it's draining.
you don't feel valued.
Hmm.
Right, there you go. You have the bias negativity, and that leads to isolation. And when
Mm-hmm.
someone starts
Yep.
feeling isolated, maybe they lash out.
Yes.
They start to
Mm-hmm.
get the gang and everything else. And it's not that that person was a bad person. It wasn't none of that. You skipped the steps that it took to build a foundation first. Add them steps on that got you into the house, right? You got to get
Hmm.
use the steps to get in the door. So
And
if you build
sometimes
that
we skip the steps.
that's what I'm saying. And you skip the
Yeah, we
steps
jump up 3 steps at a
in
time.
the foundation and just got on the second floor.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You are, and then it starts crumbling down because mm, there you have it. I was about to say something, but I better leave that alone. Um, you start to find out who people are. When you thought you knew somebody, or you thought you knew a situation, or what their value was to you, or what you were worth, or what they thought you were worth,
Hmm.
huh, then
Mm-hmm.
you find out.
Yeah, I think y'all. I think I was after hearing you, but both of you ladies, I think I was speaking more about, well, somewhat about sisterhood, but more about friendship. And you
Oh,
ladies pointed more to, which is a component, but I think y'all really hit it up the nail on the head about the bond part or the common interest part. Um,
Hmm.
and I know a lot of people on here, and I'm sorry, Special K, I know you want to speak. Say sis and stuff from
I'm
in
good.
the sector and in the saga. Okay. And I'm not a cis person that every single person I speak to and all of that. But when
Right.
somebody calls me sis, right? Like I'm like, well, they see me a certain way, right? Like we just always
Hmm.
been hey, hello, but I do have some people that enjoy me on here, I guess, and they'll say, hey sis. And
mhm.
so I
Hmm.
be wanting to respect it and say it back
Right.
because I'm like, well, they see me away, right? And I know who I am and how I am, so I know I can carry that and take that seriously.
And
You know.
you also, truth slayer, have to remember that I understand exactly what you're saying when people call me sis, right? um I respect that how they see me, but 9 times out of 10, if I'm calling you sis, no, I'm gonna say 10 times out of 10, if I call you sis, it's because I have I have a place for you, I have a space for you in my spirit, in my heart. You
Exactly.
know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a person that like me and Sissy keep being called old, and shit, I am motherfucking old. You understand? So that's not a problem for me. Y'all, when I say y'all, I'm at the age now where I know that a lot of y'all are so much younger than myself. Y'all are my babies. You understand? So I I look at you like my little sisters. You know, those of you that I have built that rapport with. And I know that I'm older than you. You know, like for example, Good Morning Gorgeous. She's younger than me, a lot younger than me. That's my baby sis. You understand? You know, um, Tangela. That's my sis. That's my sis. These are people that I know if I'm missing, they're gonna come looking for me. If I'm missing too long, you know. And of course, you know, Sissy is my sister. You know, um, I feel like what when you talk about that word being thrown around, at the end of the day, we are sisters and we should be lifting each other up. But sometimes I think about the reason that we all came together in the first place. And even now, my mind be thinking, damn, I want to go on this lady page and just say, hey, what do you need? How can I help? Even though she's done the most despicable things, you know, and I can barely stand to hear or watch her, even when a CC plays her stuff, you know. But I know that there's something that's broken, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not no doctor or no, but I just feel like, hey, girl, what can I do to help you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I would be willing for other women to be like, "Oh, I'm chosen as a snake. She trying to rock with such and such." You know, no, the fuck I'm not. I'm trying to
Right.
see what the fuck is wrong with this woman. How she's broken. We as women should have some kind of compassion because it's
Mm-hmm.
not even about the lies. It's not about the bitterness. It's about something that's really wrong
Mm-hmm.
upstairs. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that's just my opinion, you know.
No,
But hey,
It's a well
uh
informed opinion. You're not basing it on nothing. You know, it's a lot to draw that up,
yeah.
conclusion from. So don't feel bad.
just Leah, before you came here and I was speaking, I was saying that we first have to remember that everybody don't view things the same, right? And everybody don't have the same expectation. So therefore, it's kind of easy for people to throw cis around. And I understood and felt what you were saying. Like sometimes people call you sis, and it's kind of like it kind of throws you off, and you were like at the same time you don't want to disrespect them. And when I heard
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
you say that,
Mhm.
I took that as you have a higher sense towards that word. You respect that word
Mm-hmm.
on another level. Like you're looking for all the
Mhm.
steps that we just spoke on in the foundation before you get to
Yep.
that part. So when they say it, you don't want to dismiss them and not respond
Mm-hmm.
back, but at the same time it kind of makes you be like,
Yeah,
yeah.
if I don't say it back,
So
or they're gonna see me differently
mhm,
or something. You know what I
right.
mean? But like you say, I'm looking at it like, well, if I say it back, I mean what
Mhm.
we're just how we're describing it right now. I don't mean it just because it's cute.
It's kind of like
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
when you start dating someone and they say I love you for the first time and you're kind of like, did he say it? Oh, do he mean it or do you mean
Already?
Yeah,
Mhm.
because sometimes you start to build that rapport and those feelings begin to come on the inside. And the loose
Mhm.
they'll just say what your heart feels sometimes when you don't put much thought into it. And what I would like to suggest, if you're looking for suggestions, but I feel the same way as you do. So what I do when somebody says, yes, sis, what I do is say, oh, I'll respond back, but not the same way that they gave it to me. You'll hear me say, oh, of course, my love, or, absolutely, my dear, something like that. That may not be what you want to say, but that's how I refer back to those people when I'm in,
Mhm.
so they don't get this false sense of hope and think that we built something that's not there, and
Mhm.
it don't mean that
Mhm.
it won't be
That's
there,
good.
or that it won't get there. It's just that that's not where we are now. And I don't want to build false hopes for you or myself, because out of
Mhm.
our mouth, when our tongue is so powerful. So when you start saying sis, you start expecting sis.
Mhm.
Right.
When you
Ain't
start
that the
saying
truth?
sis, you start expecting sis when sis ain't even put in the word to become sis. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So that's why a lot of times if somebody say, hey sis, I'm like, oh yeah, thank you, my love, or my dear, absolute, short one,
Mhm.
thing, couple sentences, a couple words in a sentence to acknowledge what they said to you, to respect what they said to you, but not tie yourself into that same situation.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
with the sis, because I've used it with
Mhm.
several people, um, but I have pickings of who use it with because of that. Um, and I don't have to say which one stands for which, whatever need they serve their need with me to be able to be labeled as that. But I usually think people use that word now as a term of endearment. It's not really as per se, you, my sister. We kind of maybe still stuck back there where it means something to us. But I think now it's just a term of endearment. Like, and it's not to say that I'm lying when I say good morning, gorgeous, or I say hello, gorgeous, or hey, love, and that comes also too from being in the medical field. When you're talking to your patients and you greet your patients, you they're sick, okay? So
Right.
you giving them some type of term of endearment to
Some
make them
warmth.
feel yes. So I have that naturally. It comes out naturally because that's what I do when I walk in the room, or whatever. Hey, beautiful, And it's some people, it just lights up their day, because it makes them feel like I want to feel better. Do I look good? Because I've had patients to ask that, do I really look good? And yes, you have to go through that, and you just don't know what it does to a person. So I think Sistine
Mhm.
kind of moved in that direction.
Absolutely.
Mhm. The new definition.
I'm not going to
Yes.
disagree with that at all. However, you remember what I said earlier? Like, we have to know who's in the circle. Like, we got to know the players, not by name, but know who they are, what they represent, what you've seen them do. So, when the people use it as a term of endearment, 9 times out of 10, we can tell the difference. If somebody's using that out of
Hmm.
a term of endearment and you seen or you know them to be
Yes.
a kind-hearted person,
That's
you know they're coming from
mm-hmm.
a place of positivity, or
Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
good. But when somebody starts saying sis and you've not seen too many positive things from that person, that would send a red flag to me.
Hmm.
Because studies show, and studies have shown over and over again, it is so much easier for somebody to link through hate than through love.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It
just like
is.
bad info. It'll spread fast like wildflower before the truth
Mhm.
ever will ever be heard. And the same thing with forming friendships and opinions. They're the same. They negativity has a way of festering and blowing up so fast and will blind you so
Mm-hmm.
quickly to have you thinking you in a friendship, sisterhood, relationship, or whatever it may be, when you're actually not.
Right.
Yeah.
And I
And that
think.
goes back to interpretation,
Mhm.
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know, and not being clear in interpretation and communication, because you sometimes you just have to say it. You just have to say what it is, put it out there, do
Mhm.
whatever, and it's not wearing your heart on your sleeve or something like that. But it's just getting it established where we are both on the same page. Like I said, if you out there, you windmilling for somebody, and like I was telling, I hate to keep going back to Amber and Lexus. Like I said, it's not what people say in front of you, it's what they say behind your back, when
Mm-hmm.
they're talking, you know, to other people about you. I respect the
Right.
person that stand for you when you're not even around, and I got your back. You can pretty much say, Special K said, they said, well, Special K said this, she said that about, you know that's what I said, because I didn't told you before. I've
Mhm.
showed you that I'm
Mhm.
gonna have your back, and I'm gonna say it no matter what platform, what chat, whatever. I'm with you, so you don't get the wrong misconception of somebody could just come in and tell you something. Now that goes back to what you were saying. I'm chosen, and you were saying about people, people not, you thought you was on this time with them and you thought everything was good. I I know how you feel on that, far as that, but that's where it comes into, where you should have told them. And this is just advice, from my having that happen to me, because
Mm-hmm.
people tend to fall back on, I didn't know. I didn't know you felt like that. And you can't get mad at them, because they didn't. They really didn't.
Well,
And
I
it,
have to. I'm sorry to interject. I don't want to lose my train of thought with this baby because he in there screaming.
go
I'm
ahead.
outside. But I wanted to say one thing as women that we need to do more is before we link up, no matter what the cause is, we have to
Mhm.
recognize that just for example, when there were sides, there was this side and there was their side, right?
Mhm.
I I honey, I don't know what the hell I was tripping off of. Do you know that I had no clue that the people on this side was doing some of the same stuff that the people on that side were doing to each other, or vice versa. You know what I mean? I'm like, I
Mhm.
thought that we had built this community. We were standing for a
Together.
purpose or a cause together. But in my mind, you better believe that somewhere over here on the same side of supporters, somebody has M or S8 a woman, someone has violated a woman, someone has lied on a man, someone has did some nasty shit. You know, we are no
Mhm.
better than the next person. You know, we're no better.
Mhm.
One side is no better than the other. You might have a lot more women that has higher morals, values, and principles on this side. You know, but look at what happened on that side. You had people that stopped. They was like, nope, I can't anymore. And now they're rocking with people like Amber. You know what I mean? Now
Mhm.
they're rocking with people like D Ham, you know, or Lupac or Retta or Chatty, you know. But initially they started out not seeing, they were leading with their, I guess, their heart instead of with their mind
Mhm.
to make sense of what was taking place. So I've learned that I have to, just like I wasn't messed up about R. Kelly going to jail because I was never in his comments supporting him, looking for his daily activity, like I would like look for Robert's content, you know, to make me laugh, you
Mhm.
know.
Mhm.
So it would devastate me if I had been rocking for this person to only then find out that, hey, this man was beating his wife, this man was essaying people, you know, women, dogs, and kids, you know, like you gotta be careful who you open up to, who you extend to. You gotta really sit back and just stop going off of a whim.
That's
Mm-hmm.
If I'm
And that's
saying
that's
that right.
that's my whole point where Miss um at the beginning when Miss White was talking and I said, but when I came out of the bushes from watching and listening, and I used to sit in the bushes, not to I was I would listen. I would go on everybody's platform, just in the chat, listening, reading comments, but I was really getting to know, you know, learning people. I was reading the room,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that plays a big part in it too. And as far as the people over, was on the other side or whatever, it's all about, individually. I judge individually,
Yeah.
because I go by this. I'm not mad at a whole group of people. I'm not mad at them.
Mhm.
And I'm not upset with them. That's their opinion. That's just like with even with the election and whatever. I just don't agree with them,
Right.
and that's
and you
that's
know
what
what's
I
funny?
did. Hmm.
I was just gonna say, as you were speaking, I thought about it's two wonderful things that God put for us to use as tools, right? It's two
Hmm.
great things. One of them is intuition, right?
Hmm.
That's a mighty powerful tool to have, right? Intuition is awesome, but there is nothing greater than a woman's intuition, because there's a difference
Hmm.
between intuition and a woman's intuition.
And
So
we
I
usually spot
respect that.
on.
When you say you sat back, you read the room, you watched how people were moving, how they won't moving, things that people were saying, and all of those things. Because y'all know we women, a lot of men, I know DM in the room, and a lot of men don't want to acknowledge this. But when we women, when our hound dog instincts go off,
Hmm.
very seldomly wrong.
Pretty
What they
much.
call in the inside of our shanana, when that thing just
Hmm.
we know what we know that we know, especially when you're one
Right.
with yourself. When you're one with yourself, you know, and even
Hmm.
now, a lot of times that my husband don't want to hear what I'm saying, or he don't want to believe, or he think his way is right, or certain things like that. He can't get a castle, so I back up. Yeah, there you go, bro. Yeah, yeah. But when
Hmm.
it's all said and done, oh, he walking back to my I am right. But anyway, when it's all said and done, I be right. They don't never want to say, "Oh, babe, you were right." But sometimes he will. He like, "I should have listened." But I say, don't you get tired of having to say I was right? But it's that intuition that we have.
But and that goes without saying too. I mean, you I'm not saying that you wrong for you going in. I'm chosen. I didn't want you to ever think I was saying that about, you got your feelings hurt and what have you. I received that, and I hate that because I didn't been through that type of friendship before. I thought I had a connection like that, and it kind of made me an introvert. It kind of pushed me back into myself to say, you know what, I'm just gonna move differently. I didn't
Yeah.
move ugly with them. I just
Mhm.
change how what I put into them.
Mhm.
So on
Yes.
the internet, it's much different. It's much different. You have to kind of be guarded a little bit because you
Mhm.
don't really know that person on the other end of that keyboard. You don't really
Mm-hmm.
know how their upbringing is to the point where
Yes, that
you
was
know
my point.
you
Mhm. Cause
brought up
you.
this
Yep.
way and then they're brought up that way. Some people are brought up to be cutthroat. Some
Mhm.
people have no integrity, no character, no morals, no nothing. They don't stand on principle, anything like that. You pretty much can tell those people because those people, you know what? They do like a certain young lady that we all have dealt with. What I noticed and what I got out of yesterday, today, and last night, this young lady done dealt with everybody. I mean, she didn't been with everybody, back end, front end. She didn't had all these discussions. That's where you move wrong. You
And I
can't
don't even
be.
know who y'all talking about. But you know what? Somebody else would beg the difference, say, Chosen or Miss White, no, this or that. And I'm thinking, okay, well, we supposed to have a rapport or a sisterhood or a community. But at this moment, Special K, I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about. But I guarantee you, there's people out there that think that myself or Sissy knows what
And
is
they
being
do.
said or put out there, and instead of coming to us and asking, the word of God says, if my brother offends, or if I offend you, I'll apologize, and
Hmm.
if you don't forgive me, then I'll go and I'll ask you again and again, and then I'll go and I'll get someone from the pulpit to come with me. But nobody wants to fix things. They're just like, oh, this is just the internet, so fuck that, it's like
Well,
fuck them,
what
Okay,
and
I
then
wait a
they
was.
want
minute,
to
y'all.
ruin
I'm
your.
sorry. I'm trying to understand. So, and you don't have to like, I guess, say it out loud here, but were we talking about something other than Brianna Battle or somebody other than?
And we was talking about the situation with Amber today. I mean, last night. And
Okay,
no,
so I
I
must
was
have missed
saying
it. Okay.
that young lady. I was saying what I noticed about everybody that had a problem with the young lady or those young ladies is because neither one of them stood on principle, integrity, and any of that. Because the everything that you all have named, and when I say everything, y'all have covered all the bases of makings of a decent human being. Period. It could
Mhm.
be a brotherhood or a sisterhood, whatever you choose to call it, but it's just being a human being. Period. And
That part.
all of us over here, basically, that have been here on this side of the fence for the longest, we have stayed right here because you know what? That's what we believe. That is what we don't switch up just because my friend want to go run to the other side and badmouth everybody over there, so I'm just gonna have to follow her over there. No, we stood for what's right. We stood for
Hmm.
integrity. We stood on, hey, this man, it may have started out by these two people, but now it's in a whole different realm. And it's basically
Mhm.
like we have said since day one. It shows your character when you flip flop or you go all around, as they used to say, the sector. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is usually people that have left this side and went to that side come back over here to this side, went around the other way and skipped or crawled through the gate on the other side, and did some backstabbing things or said some foul things. They never stood for right in the first place.
Hmm. That's right.
And let me
Because
and
you
let
don't.
me tell you, when that apology was given, um, I felt like, oh, not that I was waiting to go and support Amora, but I felt like because she was a woman, she still
Hmm.
was my sister, and she took accountability. Now, this is where my mindset was. She took accountability. She apologized to the family. I can respect that. So
I
I
can
don't
too.
mind because we all make mistakes and we all get misled astray from time to time. And especially dependent, like you said, on each individuality's upbringing. So
Hmm.
I felt comfortable going in her chat and saying hi and hitting that like button, you know. But then it all changed. I was like, well,
Hmm.
damn, I tried. At least I can say I tried to support, you know, but
Right.
I can't
Right.
because that's not what I stand for, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the reason why I couldn't get with her apology, y'all, is because number one, it was what motivated her to apologize. That was a red flag for me.
Exactly.
That was the overarching reason was that, and then and and y'all know what I'm talking about because Bree cut her off.
Hmm.
Now all of a sudden you're sorry. Number one, and then number two, because she kept saying, "I'm only doing this to clear my conscience."
Mm-hmm.
She didn't say, I am truly like remorseful. Amora is a very intelligent woman.
She
Okay.
chooses her words carefully.
Yeah. So I'm like, and because of, like, y'all can tell I try to choose my words carefully. So, um, when you say, oh, well, I just need to clear my conscience, I'm like, okay, so this isn't about any real
Mm-mm. It's not
spiritual
genuine.
awakening or change, or yeah, it's not genuine. You want to clear your conscience, and then only reason why is because she cut you off. And then my third thing, y'all, was I was taken aback when I felt like everybody who had been right fighting and truth telling over here flew over there, right? And then
There
I'm like,
you
I'm
go.
seeing people getting memberships. I'm like, wait a minute. So then I felt like, okay, I wasn't, you know, uh like surrounded by here on YouTube with people that I thought I saw them a certain way. I thought they had
I
a
did
certain
too.
mindset on this. So that was completely, flabbergasted about that. And then I'm like, okay, well, I get it. Like certain like CCs were getting doxed and stuff, and they just wanted it over with. So they're like, look, if she apologized him, fine, let's accept it and move on because this is getting too crazy. But in my mind, I'm
Mhm.
like, because it's been so crazy, why isn't there a period of time that is being required from her to demonstrate the change? If she was
Back it up
sorry
with
and she said,
actions.
yeah, like if there was no time for her to like demonstrate that. And it was like, okay, we flew over there. And then people got memberships. And I was like, what the hell is going on? So did
Mm-hmm.
y'all just wanted to be over there all the time, this whole time anyway or something? Why was you over here? So I was really confused by it. Um, and because I didn't get doxxed to my knowledge, but I felt like I was at the same risk because I've been very vocal in the comments. I
Mm-hmm.
eventually created a platform. So to me, I was at risk of it, as well. And so I kind of looked at it like you said, as a sisterhood. So when I got upset and I got on Royal D's panel and then I got on Ashley Chat's panel, and I was saying I don't, believe Amora's apology was genuine, and this is why. And somehow it got flipped that I was saying that the people who accepted the apology weren't genuine. That's not the same thing about
Mm-hmm.
them not being genuine. I could understand why they
I
accepted it because
remember that.
they
I
wanted it
do
to be
too.
over with, right? They was like, okay, we're gonna dead this. But I just knew she wasn't
Hmm.
done because she's been too demonic and devilish to make no overnight spiritual awakening behind being rejected, behind saying I'm doing it to clear my conscience, and behind uh her not being required to demonstrate something over a period of time to really back up this change that she says she had. And then for a while she got off on another story, and then she got shut down on that story or whatever, allegedly by the people she was reporting on. And then
Mm-hmm.
and now you back,
So in
and
other
I'm like,
words,
I knew this wasn't permanent.
you're saying
Girl, she sure
exactly
had
like
me fooled.
what
And you
I said
come back
before.
2.0.
She had done so much and said so much. I said, ain't it, that's a demon, number one. And ain't no demon gonna get delivered from no evilness without giving God the glory for it, without, talking about the reason why they doing this to clear their conscience. No, it should be because I was wrong. Y'all, please forgive me. I think I don't know if she said forgive me or not, but she said the purpose of it was to clear her conscience. I said, this ain't even for the people for real. This is for you.
Oh, wow.
And
And
God
that's why
don't do
I
I
that.
think
feel
I just wanted to see the best. I just was hopeful,
Yeah.
you know?
So,
Yeah.
so pretty much
Oh
what she's
well.
saying is like, even me, I was wrong for not following the very same example that I just gave. Not jumping over the steps and building a
Yeah.
foundation first. So, I have to say I was wrong in that. I
Even
have
though
to
you
Hmm.
I
had good
did.
Me too.
intentions, right?
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Me
But
too.
mine,
Me too.
we talked, and mine wasn't about good intentions. So
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. The apology, I'm with Truth Slayer. I didn't go in her chat. I didn't kumbaya with her. I mean, because I was still stuck on, you got to back it up with some action. I'm just not one of those people. If I seen you do so much wrong, a mistake, fine. Everybody make them. We're not perfect, so yeah, everybody makes mistakes. But if you continuously and you're still just doing, then at that point I can't just jump back in bed with you and think everything is going to be okay and you're not going to do me. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why I didn't. I stayed back. I didn't go and get no memberships or anything. I feel some type of way about people doing that now, that go back and forth. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I was brought up to think. Well, I was taught that if you don't stand for something, you will fall for
Fall for
anything.
anything.
So if
Yeah.
you just keep giving the benefit of the doubt. I get that, and I'm with you know gorgeous. Good morning, gorgeous said that she guilty of being given benefit of the doubt, and that's not wrong. That's not wrong,
Mm-mm.
but that's not wrong to give somebody the benefit of doubt, because I'm a big advocate of
And
giving
Lord
some.
knows I gave my ex the benefit of the doubt
I
time and
give people
time
the
and
benefit
time
of the doubt,
again.
but when you
Woo.
repeatedly and
Mhm.
continuously do the same behavior, I'm not going to
Mm-hmm.
expect a different result. I'm going to expect the same thing you
Mm-hmm.
gave all them
That's
other
right.
times to
That's
lead
right.
me
Because you
up
know
to
what?
think that you made me think that, not me just thinking
That's
that.
right.
Right. I didn't put, but you know what? Also, I when Amora first came on Joffy's panel, that's the first time I remember her coming on the scene. And
Mm-hmm.
she was so calm and monotone. And we used to be lit on Joffy's um
Yes.
page, okay, or his platform. We used to be lit. And she was so calm. And then we was she was on Brianna's side. So we was already like in response to that. And she was like, "Why are you guys yelling? Why are
Yes.
you cursing? Like, I mean,
Yes.
are we adults?" And so then from her to go from that to where she ended up, I said, "Oh, ain't hell, nah, you ain't accepting no
Mm-hmm.
apology.
Mm-mm.
I mean, you were contrived from the beginning, because if cussing and yelling and everything on the platform is not acceptable or uncouth, you went from thinking that to where you are today."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Oh yeah, that ain't no easy comeback.
Transformation.
Yeah, no, you went too
Let
far."
let me say this before I forget. When Special K was just talking in response to Good Morning Gorgeous comment about giving benefit of the doubt. When we first started talking about sisterhoods, we have to be able to put in as much as we take out into
Mm-hmm.
any friendship, sisterhood, relationship, anything. You have to be able to put in as much as you take out. And what we should all remember is that if we find ourselves always or too much giving benefits of the doubt, we're gonna lose benefits and
Mm,
death holding doubt.
There you
So
go.
that's one
mhm,
thing that again, we have to strategically use our common sense that God gave us,
Mm-hmm.
and that wasn't a pun to nobody. It's just something that I learned a long time ago. And even when I counsel and people say I want to give the benefit of the doubt. I warn people because again, I believe you teach people how to treat you,
You
and if
do.
you continuously give them the benefits of the doubt, you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna lose all the benefits that you put in, and you're gonna be
mm,
left with doubt. So we have
mhm,
to be very,
And
very,
then
very
they
mindful.
know how to come at you because they know you're going to keep continuously giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Mhm.
So that
right.
goes
That's
back
what
to
I
what you
tell Sissy.
said.
When people don't even give her the benefit of the doubt, I'm just like, well, sis, let them have it.
That's right.
Like it is what it is. Like don't you? If nobody, that just means they were looking for a reason to turn their back on you, or they're looking
Boom.
for a
Mhm,
reason to leave you alone to begin with. Because if you really mean something to somebody, they're not going to just throw you away without any explanation. They're not going to
mhm,
A
just throw you to the side.
conversation.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So it is what it is. It's life. We live, we learn, we move on. But I'm not upholding no woman's bullshit. I'm not upholding no
no, that's
woman
right.
Mm-mm.
that's going to go on the internet and say that their spouse has a gun and ruin their spouse image, reputation. You know,
Character.
I'm not gonna, yeah, care. I'm not
Brain.
gonna build a sisterhood with a woman like that. But what I will do is say, hey, if there's anything that I can ever help you with, let me know because I'm pretty good. at a lot of things, including having compassion and empathy.
Mhm.
And I know what it's like to lose yourself in a man. I know what it's like to, not want that man, to not want to be without that one man. Because I'm sure people know that they can get other
We
men,
all have. We
It's
all
Mhm.
just
have.
that, yeah,
Mhm.
so like, girl, you got so much to offer, but you got to work on you. You got to get your mind right. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But
So
you know what?
it's
I'm
no way.
chosen. She gotta want to receive it. And
And
see
doesn't
the
at this
she got
time.
she's not never in a position where you can make sense to her because
Mhm.
Yep.
she's so headstrong
Whew.
on being right. So
Mhm.
to keep my peace protected, I'm gonna let you
Right.
just you let you and
You
God
got it.
figure it out.
Yeah.
You
Mhm.
got it.
Yeah.
You know, because sometimes you have to just stay away and let that heart that just open up and say, "Ooh, gushy gushy,
Mhm.
I want to help," and and feel empathy.
Hmm.
Sometimes you have to pull it back in because it's some people out there that don't care. They don't care, and
Right.
they don't want to hear it. They don't care. It's all about them, and they don't care who they step on to get to where they need to be. And she's one of those people. I've tried to,
Mhm.
in my head, and I'm gonna say this loud and clear for the people in the back, in my head, have sat and even just pushed my psychology class that I had back in the day to the limit of trying to figure her out. There is no figuring
Child.
her out. You know what?
Mhm.
At the end of the day, she just want to be who she is. She is just
Yo.
that person. She's just some people just mean, and
I
some
believe she
people.
has a
Hmm.
reprobate mind. I do.
Yes, I do. I really do. And I just think that's what she want to be. And so I don't care. Don't you know though, all those women over there, they're no different from us. They have probably
Right.
sat back in
That
their
part.
heads and tried to reach out, tried to say, and they still get their behind on her live. And we talk about how beautiful she is. And she's the most mean person to them. She treats them mean.
Yep.
She talks to them any kind of way. So and you know what? Y'all have at it. That's y'all problem. I'm not finna feel no
Uh-huh.
empathy for any of you over there because you made that demon. You
Right.
love that demon. So you and that demon, y'all stay right on over there. And I'm gonna respect that. That's y'all demon and y'all demon world. And I'm gonna stay over here in my peace. And
Yeah.
y'all can keep all that over there. Because see, I don't come from that type of place where I'm going to sit here and let someone just talk to me any kind of way. No, I'm not going to. My self
Right.
esteem is not low. My self worth is not low. So I'm
Right.
not finna dumb it down to make you feel good about yourself.
It
We
Say it
can
ain't.
have a
again. Say it
and we
again.
can have a conversation, and we can yeah, hey, I can respect anything anyone say. I can listen, and I can see it, try to see it from their point of view, and at the end result we'll come to a common denominator, or we may not. And but
Mhm.
that's okay. We
Yeah.
still good, and
Mhm.
I'm good with that. But far as going over, trying to make them see that this woman is a spawn from Satan,
Hmm.
that ain't
Yeah.
for me to do. That
Whew.
is not for me to do
And that's why I think
because
it's. I really think it's the chemical imbalance. I think she can't even help it. I don't think she make conscious decisions to do what she does. I think she's on a mentally warped. Uh, I don't know. I don't want to say mission, but at one point somebody was saying something to her, and she said, "I ain't never been on no medication. I've never been on medication." I'm like, okay, well that's not a flex because something is going on where you
you
do
may
need
be
that.
open to it.
Yeah, because because I know me when I hit
Baby.
my rock bottom, y'all, I knew I was honest with myself. I'm like, self, yeah, you did have stop riding on the fact that you have good intentions. Understand that I had
Hmm.
good intentions, but it's like someone in the stony ground. Like, yeah, I had good intentions, but I must say I overlooked this red flag because I had good
Hmm.
intentions. I thought that I could make them understand or I could do it. And I had good intentions, but still what I was doing was wrong because I was putting an expectation on somebody, that I really shouldn't have had that expectation of them based on what they were demonstrating. Why did I expect this out of them?
Do you
You know what I'm
know that?
saying? I was
And
I
you
was
couldn't have
overlooking
fault
it.
no one but Truth Slayer for that.
That's right. And when you get to be honest with yourself, it's so much freedom in that because then you can change
Ooh.
it.
Mm-hmm.
But see,
Mm-hmm.
when the truth told us she cannot handle this, leave her alone. And then she's come on here and said that she's had thoughts about unaliving herself. So everybody's like, just leave her alone, just leave her alone. And I'm like,
Mhm.
well, this is the thing though. I would never want to be in a position where my livelihood is tied to a place that
I can't
um
handle.
that I can't handle. Thank you. I just would never want to be in that
Right.
position. That is a terrible way to
Mm.
live. And the lack of desire to say, you know what, I'm in this position. I do know people that are in certain positions because of this platform, and no
Exactly.
desire to reinvent yourself. You know what I mean? You could do so much more. God have given you influence, so you're responsible for that. He's given you enough
Mm-hmm.
money to take care of your children, even though you had children coming into a marriage, et cetera, et cetera. She bragging about how I don't need nothing from no man. Yeah, you do. It might not be
Yes, you
money.
do.
It might not be money, but it's everything else. Okay, his presence. Okay, and then you're not even. My problem with her, you don't learn the lesson, and I know
There
that
you
when
go.
you don't learn the lesson. So when I'm blogging on her, speaking on her, I do go in about what she's doing wrong and stuff like that. But I don't just sit up and just say a lot of evil things about her or whatever. It's the issue that how many young women that are single mothers that would love to be able to just turn their camera on and walk down the street and make $1,000.
Hello.
Mm.
Okay.
Like God had
Period.
put you in a position and you squandering it, and then you taking it and you're not giving your kids Christmas now, but your man is on here talking about he got the Jordans before they not even physically out. So what about your kids Christmas? That could have been part of your
She
kids
don't
Christmas
care.
if money was tight. So you make an excuse for everything. Nothing he does makes any sense. And it's frustrating to, like I say, watch a woman crash and burn repeatedly every day and not listen to not anybody, you know. And I'm going away from this story too because I'm like, hey, this woman has a reprobate mind. All we can
Mm-hmm.
do is
Mhm.
pray for her and those children.
And move
I
on.
believe that God is going to completely strip her of her finances, and that will be the beginning of her maybe doing some self-assessment.
Well, you know the best help that we can get is the help that we don't acknowledge we need. That's
Hello.
the best help.
Yeah.
When people come in and they get evaluations and things of that nature, and they come to realization of something's really wrong, 9 times out of 10, those are the people who didn't never think they needed help or anything was even wrong with them. I heard you when you were speaking, Special K. You said what did you say? Your little degree that you took. What did you say? Your little class. What? How did you phrase it?
Psychology.
Yeah, you said you took a little class some time ago. Well, they ain't that
Mm-hmm.
DNM chart hasn't changed. The
It
DNS chart
hadn't.
remains the same. Okay, and the chart don't change. The people
Mm-mm.
do. It's just the names that fall up under it.
That's
And
right.
um, I've been hearing this mental health thing being thrown around so much the past couple of weeks, and it irritates my ass. You hear me?
Excuses. That's an excuse to me.
Oh my God, it bothers me. Because let's be honest, all of us got some kind of mood disorder of some type. Like all of us got something. This let's not kid yourselves. Let's not kid yourselves. And she's gonna get help. It's gonna be by choice or by force. One way or the
Say
other.
it again.
It'll be by choice or by force, but she will get the help that she needs.
And I'm
She
kind
will.
of scared for her because I really feel like it's almost like in the spirit I feel like something really tragic it,
Yep.
it has to
Yep.
happen. So I really be going in and the passion and all that really come from like I'm really scared for you, Miss Battle, for real. Um, and if she was humble and she was meek and not completely, but more so than she is, because she's not whatsoever. Um, you know, I've taken sociology and psychology and stuff in school, and I'm not a mental health professional, but I'm going into the supernatural. I'm talking spiritually. The deficiency that she has spiritually, it's such a deficit there that she, I believe, does have multiple personalities, which is exactly why she can come on here and lie like that, because it was a whole nother personality that said the thing that she's now on her line about, right? It's a whole, she shifted into another personality, and she goes with that personality, not understanding or even remembering that earlier this morning you said something different. I mean, it's not even a whole lot of time passed by.
Well,
She even
So
looks spiritually sick.
I think that, let me say this. I do think that she remembers. But sometimes when people think higher of themselves, of what they should be,
Come on, Miss White.
they just don't think it matters.
You
Like,
don't
it's okay
remember.
because it's me saying, oh well, so what I said. What are they gonna do? They love me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That type of thing. And that
that
higher,
haughtiness, huh?
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And we have to remember that. It was just said, guys, not long ago, that I was one of Robert's biggest fans, and that's
Mm.
not the truth. If you guys watch Miss D's panel, shout out Miss D. Y'all didn't hear me talking about what Robert did or didn't do. You never
Mhm.
heard of that. Never. I just could
No.
only speak on what I saw the young lady doing. That's all I could speak on, because that's what I saw. I would always say we don't know because he's not telling us nothing. He's not showing us anything. So sometimes, somehow, that has got misconstrued. That because I didn't like what I was seeing from her, that I had to be one of his biggest supporters,
Mhm.
and that's far, far, far from the truth. And people need to know and understand that because they feel a way about somebody, don't mean the other person feels a way. And just because I didn't like what I saw from her, now that don't mean I disliked them either. Now I'm not saying that, but somehow along the way it's got misconstrued when that's far
Mhm.
from the truth. I said over and over again, I simply didn't like what I saw this lady doing, putting up the finances, the little bill jokes, and all of that from a man who was
Mhm.
coming out of surgeries and all. And even if he wasn't, that's just not how you handle somebody that you once loved. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? The same person that caressed you at night, banged your back out, and everything else. Okay?
Thought enough to marry you in the minivan and the 4 kids or
You
3 kids or whatever.
You talk to family members or therapists. You don't just do that to people. It's been people who has done me so wrong in this sector, y'all.
Mm.
If I told you, it would blow you'd be like, "Oh my God, are you serious?" You would not believe it. Okay?
Mhm.
And sister know about it, and I tell her every time, "No, ma'am, you don't get to fall out with nobody who's having a
Hmm.
problem. You don't get to do that, ma'am. If it's somebody that you
She can
love
say
and
what
care
she want to
for,
say.
Right.
if it's somebody you love and care for, don't base your decisions off what somebody has done to me. Now, what I have
But
learned,
listen, but no, 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 no. Because a true sisterhood where the foundation has been built.
Come on
Now
now.
you can say that to somebody that ain't got no foundation. Yeah, you can talk that talk, sissy. But
well, that's
you
what
and
I'm
I
saying.
have a foundation,
That's what I was
so
gonna
I'm
say.
gonna fall out with whoever disrespects you has disrespected me as well.
Well,
If they
well,
can't fuck with you, I can't fuck with them. It's
what
simple.
I'm saying now, sister,
I'm
won't let
like
me
that too.
finish. I had to
Me
learn
three.
that regardless of what I said, I had a genuine spot in her heart. So regardless of what I said, it wasn't gonna work. And she has shown me that over and over again. But I would tell her that, like, no, if you care for them and you love them, don't, not because of me, no, ma'am, keep going. But as the steps begin to get higher and higher, she began to show me that um, she understood where her place was. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but that's why you have to watch because how I felt or things that I said about what I saw this lady doing, and it didn't mean that I didn't like her. I just knew what I saw. I know
Mm-hmm.
what I saw. I said it, y'all, one day, plain as day. It's the same people. I don't want to call no names out, but they was in the chat. I've said it 100,000 times. When that new relationship first took off or was on its way, I said, "Oh, don't y'all worry, don't y'all worry." I even called it. I said, "He appears to be a very simple-minded young man."
Mm-hmm.
I know y'all remember me saying, and this is before nobody even knew like nothing about nothing. I said, "I know him when I see him, and there's going to be problems because he's going to become one of her children." Now, I know y'all remember me saying that. And this is before anything
Yep.
came out. Before I just knew. I knew what it was when I saw it. When I saw it, and my heart ached because um I don't know if she knew or understood, but she was really going into the rebound affair, which is one of the
Mm-hmm.
worst places you could be. That young man, what's his name, JT, whatever his name is, who just did that commentary on her not long.
Mr.
Jake,
Uninformed. Oh.
JT, whatever his name was. I could not disagree with what that man was saying about, we women have done it before. We've been in the exact same place that she is, and we go back because the man hit us on the
Mm-hmm.
woo, and we be right back, right? He's not lying about that. But let me
Right.
say this to anybody who holds a platform, we are held to a higher standard. We have people who look up to us and for us. And when you are an influencer, it's called an influencer for a reason. They didn't name us followers, they call you influencer.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have taken on that title, you have a responsibility. I don't care if
Mm-hmm.
you're 32 or 23 or 12. You have a responsibility to put yourself in a position to be looked up to. Don't mean everybody gonna look up to you, but you have a responsibility to put yourself in that place where you look
Mm-hmm.
and not down on. And the reason people were able to look down on her in such a dramatic manner as they were, because she was doing down looking things. It just is what there are content creators out here who weren't doing the things that she was doing, and they still got looked down on. So let's not be mistaken.
Right.
Let's not be mistaken.
But you know the difference with Brianna is that she knows because she has a back office.
Hmm.
She knows what to do and when, and she knows that no matter what I do, I know a certain amount of support, uh, views. She can estimate it now because this is what she's been doing, for all these years. So she can estimate and know that no matter what I do, it don't matter because I'm gonna still get my money, right? So this is why I say
Right.
God's gonna deal with her money. Now she's already, I believe, allegedly dealing with some money problems. But I say he gonna break her all the way down financially because that is what that's her shield. Because she says, I don't need no man. My kids are good. They don't want for nothing. They have everything they need. Even on that recent, whatever that radio show, whatever what she did recently, and I think the host was asking her about, I think it was with these twins coming, like how her kids felt about it. And something he was saying, if y'all want to help me out, if you know what I'm talking about, like kind of like how, because like they're going to have to help and stuff like that. He was saying something to her, and her response was, well, no, but they like Apple Pay. I said, Lord have mercy. She paid the kids off too.
Huh.
Jesus. It wasn't, it was a moment for her as a mother to say something more responsible and nurturing about the
Right.
dynamic with her children. It wasn't about they like Apple Pay. So you pay everybody off. And like I say on my platform all the time, she has an image and a story in her head of what is her how it's supposed to play out, and that's what she's gunning for. And anybody that gets in the way of that is an expenditure. Okay, so I don't need y'all to be wondering what I'm doing. Here is Apple Pay. because as long as, I don't know what she had. She said she was spoiled when she was little. Well, I can't tell. Because the way that you look at money, to me, tells me you never knew about money. You never had. See, I was spoiled. My parents did have money, right? So I'm very generous because I know that money don't make you happy. I already know that, because when you have it, you realize that, okay, I still have bad days. I still, all of that. Like, I still have emotions. I still can get hurt. I still can. It doesn't absolve you from stuff. She thinks that money, she will do anything to keep that platform, to keep that money coming. How do you get on here and say that? Because she listens to us. How do you say that? Well, I hear people saying, you should do family content with your children and stuff like that, but I don't want to do that because, I want them to focus on the academics, blah, 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 blah. But they all have their own individual platforms. It ain't like you don't have them on social media. They have their own platforms. So in that moment, to get over what was being said, that was her defense, but it made absolutely no sense. So you don't want them
Nothing
doing
she
any
says
content with
makes sense.
nothing.
Ooh.
If you don't want them doing content with you because you're trying to protect them and want them focused, but they have their own platforms. So I mean, I need her to sit down with a psychotherapist and maybe have a few of like, and I think her psychotherapist needs to view like a few of like maybe some Lupac videos, some compilations of her behavior. And she needs to be asked directly,
Right.
okay, this is what you said here, and then now you're saying some contradicting. Why? Like, she
But
needs to
sister,
be confronted with it. You know what I'm saying?
But you know
you can't.
what? You know what, True Slayer? And this everything you saying is correct, and that probably would be needed. But it's one thing that we all forgetting. Brianna never has her own identity. She never. This is somebody who went in really to get what she could get in her marriage. She didn't go in for love. She proved that. She doesn't do good with rejection. She wants to be treated like she's the best thing. She treated Robert like she was the best thing he could have ever gotten in his life. And some women, they really do feel that way. They really feel that a man should treat them as if, hey, you
They're
gained
the
a prize.
prize.
And
Yeah.
Right.
instead of looking at he was her prize, and she had no respect for him because she went in to get what she could get. Soon as she thought she learned how to do this influencing and get on this internet, what she do? Bolt and ran, and she ran to something that I wouldn't even mess around with, much less leave home for. I mean,
Well,
you went.
before the psychotherapist. I'm sorry, though. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say before the psychotherapist comes, the sisterhood has to come, and that's gonna
There you
have to
go.
be a strong sisterhood that does not care about the money, the prestige, or whatever else it is that they think that they
Mhm.
can get from being part of her circle.
Mhm.
Uh, to be a real sisterhood, to point some things out. And see, we can point things out, but do you have enough revenue with this person that when you point it out, they can receive it?
And she's not there. She's not that person.
Far from.
She's not that person because anybody that gets close enough to hit home with it, she
Mm.
alienates them, and
I saw a lot. I'm
that's
sorry,
her
guys.
whole entire that's her whole entire thing is to annihilate someone else's character. When
Mm-hmm.
she's done with them, it's like I got to destroy you instead of just walking away, take an L for a team or whatever. She's never in that mode of grown woman thinking. She's not even ever in mother mode, if you ask me.
She acts like their big sister. The mean big sister to
I
me.
saw that live she did, and her friend was on the phone or on the live or something. Somebody was playing it, and the friend kept saying, "What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?" She grown, baby. I don't want you to be my friend if that's the attitude that you have about me being grown. Because a real sisterhood gonna say, just because you're grown, baby, grown don't make you right. We can be
Right.
grown. We can be
That's
grown
right.
and that bothers me. Like just because you grown don't make you right.
It doesn't.
And just because I don't agree with you on every single thing doesn't mean I don't love you and I'm not your friend.
Thank you.
It does
That
not
goes
mean
back,
that. Like with her, you have to agree with her to be her friend.
that goes back to proper sisterhood. Like I don't want no sister to go, well, you grown, do what you want to do. No, sister, I'm finna pour into you. We get ready to pray
And you know what? Even my own blood biological sisters, right? It don't even necessarily mean that we have a sisterhood. They're my sisters. That's a whole different level. Like there's times that I know that no matter what I say, they're not going to take my advice. They're not going to even weigh what my opinion is versus sissy. You know what I mean? Do that make
yeah,
sense?
it does. But you know my stand. I I say all the time, family just makes you related to somebody. It's loyalty is
Yeah.
what makes you family. That's my motto, baby. I love it.
Mine
And
too.
Now, my
blood,
siblings
blood.
are loyal, but like they're if we weren't siblings, I can't say that if I came across them at a party or at a function, I'd be like, "Hey, girl, yes, let's give me your number." But then again, I gotta always remember, well, shit, I am 16 years older than the baby, old enough to be her mama, and the next one, 13, and the next one 9. So we're on different levels. But make no mistake, they value me, they love me, and they know my capabilities and I know theirs, but it's just my mom raised them so much different than me. So if my own siblings are raised so much different than me, I have to tell myself, well, these women that I met later in life, they're different than me too. They're raised different than me. We don't have, you know what I mean? Like everybody don't come from the same walk. Even my own biological siblings don't. They don't come from my walk of life. You know,
Right.
my mom and dad had better things when they were being raised. They had a home of their own. They had lived in a better community. My siblings went to way better schools. So it just everything is just kind of complicated, but not complicated. you know. But then
Mm-hmm.
you have the sisterhood. There are women that are a lot younger than me that are my daughter's age that want to be my friend. They want to hang out. They want to have lunch. They value my opinion. So I don't know. It's tricky. It really is tricky.
Yeah.
It's
I
so
But I
feel a
think
way
tricky.
that's
about
I think that's beautiful though. I do. I learned. I'm gonna say this, and then I'll shut up. Miss I mean True Slayer said it the other night. She was saying that she's always, surrounded
Yeah. You
herself
want some more?
with,
Oh,
with
sorry.
older women around. I'm the same way. I grew up, my friends, my real friends that I still deal with on a daily basis now are older than me. Some of them. I have one best friend that's still living, but that's my age. But I always gravitated to older women because I was always taught that you could learn so much
Mhm.
from listening to them, and you just know how to, you know, be a woman, because you surround yourself with strong minded women. And I think the reason why I just can't get with her is because she's just so disrespectful. She's always trying to age shame, body shame, all that immaturity.
Mm-hmm.
I just have zero tolerance for it because I'm that type of person that I don't care if you, like I said, my 900-pound life. If that's,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't take away that we are friends, and that doesn't take away that, I'm going to still rock with you, or I agree with you on some things, or we have a lot of things in common. We may not just have the eating part down, you know, but I agree, you still my friend, and I still see the beauty in you. I'm not gonna judge
Mhm.
you. I'm gonna help you if I can. And I'm gonna
Mhm.
point out your flaws and what you need to do because of health reasons, not because I
Right.
want to shame you. And I'm definitely not gonna bring you to the forefront in front of people and body shame you and age shame you and all these things. I mean, she put a lot of nastiness in this
Very much.
so-called saga. I mean, she got those people suited and booted to do everything wrong. And then when she got tired of them doing everything wrong in her eyes, she threw them away. So if they goofy enough to still sit there and run behind her and still think she the prettiest thing on earth, hey, you go ahead. Fool be fool. You want to be a fool? I'm gonna let you be a fool. I'm not gonna
And
try
how,
to change
and how
you.
she is with them children. You're condescending, you're mean, you're rude, you like to embarrass them. I guess
Yeah,
because you live an embarrassing life, you want to embarrass them. And it's just, I mean, this stuff is, we literally watching this on the internet. This isn't nobody at your house that you invited over and then they came out and exposed what went on at your house. You know, um, and just, I mean, it's just a lot. I think my theory is that she never got over her first baby daddy. She was completely in love with him, which she has said many times. I thought I was gonna spend the rest of my life with him. I kept having the babies because I think the last one she got from him after he got married,
Yeah.
from
it
my
is.
understanding, right? So even
Mhm.
him getting married didn't stop you from thinking that y'all was gonna be together forever, right? And so,
Ain't this something?
right, the truth was to get back to show him I got an 8.9 million guy now. He got money. I'm taking your kids away from here. We going to Atlanta. Then you know what I mean. So
And
it
they
was
gonna call him daddy.
yeah, and all of that, right? So then, when she stole the baby off of the truth, it didn't keep him there. So
Yes.
the
Same.
children are the pawns. And so just not to go back into all that, but I'm saying I really think that we call him Sleepy, that he's the only one that she ever loved. I don't think she loved Janelle, and I don't think she loved LaTrue. I think she's still not healed from that because you had a couple kids by him very young, 17, 18 years old. He went and married somebody else, and you still protect him. You say he's there, he's present, you still protect him when you have the most children by him and he has literally not been there, and you still say that he was. Why do you protect him? So I think there's something that she never got over that heartbreak, and she's been trying to get over it ever since.
Another thing that I wanted to speak on is this age thing, right? It's a lot of back and forth about she's young, give her a chance, let her grow, all of this. Okay, I'm gonna say this because I didn't know what I knew 10 years ago, right? I didn't know that now what I knew 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I didn't know what I knew 10 years before that. As we
Mhm.
grow, we learn. I too was like you, truthfully. Oh, who was that? Special case. I surrounded myself with older women. It was just something I was just attached and attracted to them. I liked older women as well as older men. That's neither here nor there. But what I do want to say is this, right? It's not about the age. It's not about the age. Because I know 20-year-olds who got their shit together and doing what they're supposed to do. You know,
Tell
um,
them right.
what it is. And we gotta quit saying that. Because if you have children, you know. Mm, thank you, God. We carry these babies inside of our bellies, right? And there's a reason why we carry that baby for 9 months. But as well as we're growing and that baby is growing in our belly, our body is changing, our instincts are growing right along with that baby. And the day we push that baby out, it's a thing called maternal instincts.
Hello.
Hmm.
Okay? When those maternal instincts come in, they come like this. Nobody can teach them to you. You can't learn them.
You can't
You
forget.
cannot read a book about them or nothing. It comes automatically with the baby.
Mhm.
And because those maternal instincts come with the baby, our maturity level goes up as well. Okay?
Mhm.
Our right and wrong comes up. Our discernment comes up.
Say
Our
it again.
wherewithal changes. Like all of these things come along as our body has prepared us. Look it up. It's a change that happens
Oh,
inside
you
the
speaking
body
fact.
that stimulates up
Right.
to our brain.
Yep.
Stem cell. Hint, hint. Okay? And whenever you push that baby out and those maternal instincts kick in, baby, you begin to learn and grow. We make better decisions. We don't mean you become perfect. No, ma'am.
Mhm.
Don't mean we become perfect. We're still learning. We're still growing, but it heightens. It's something inside of us that heightens.
So what happens when that doesn't take effect, when you don't have maternal instincts?
Woo, let me tell you this.
Hmm.
Shoot.
Another thing I say is, hey, a dog can have a baby, but it does not make them
Thank
a mom.
you. That's true.
A dog can have a baby, but it does not make them a mother. Okay? So that's when these, in the old days, the church would gather around you and tarry around you and all this to help you to get that. But see, now we got these therapists and psychologists, and you can even now just sit right there on your couch, turn your camera on Zoom, and talk to your therapist and learn right from there, right? Okay. But what I'm trying to get you to see and understand is there is something missing in the middle. And it's not about the age. Because I see young women. I see young women
Mhm.
who can move circles around that young lady, okay? And don't have half the cash flow that she does. It comes a point in time that we make up our mind and we say it is what it is. I know what I know, and I'm going to do what I do. And right now, I have little babies who are leaning and depending on me no matter what. I'll tell you something. Me and my sister both was dating drug dealers, right? My ex, he got sentenced to a 20-year federal penitentiary charge. So I no longer was afforded some of the finer things in life that I was having at one point in time. I was up here, but when he went to prison, I got kind of, I got knocked down. But my sister was over here. She was steady rising with her own means. And this lady told me one day, she said, "You gonna soon." Me and my sister stayed at it. We stayed at it, and I would be like, "You forgot when Six did this for you and that for you and da 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 da, and now you over here and you trying to treat." Anyway, she told me one day, she said, "You gonna soon learn with your sister that it takes more than the shoes she put on that baby's feet to raise them.
Mm.
It takes more than what you put on their backs to raise them." Right?
Mm-hmm. Amen to that.
Fast forward a couple of years, and I'm not talking bad about my sister. It is what it is. The
We
kids,
what you saying?
they are disrespectful. They're wrong. And I call her by her first name like it ain't nobody big. At my house, I still get told, "Please, yes, may I, and thank you."
Mhm.
So my 33-year-old baby walked out the door. She loved her mama. She kissed me coming in. She loved and hug on me going out because I've earned that respect. So what I'm saying is, it's gonna come a day and time where them kids are grown, and she's gonna be looking for that respect. That's not gonna be there. It's not.
Mhm.
And you're going to be wondering, what did I do wrong? Because you are not taking the necessary. Listen, everybody don't tell the same lie. Everybody don't tell the same lie. And it
No.
cannot be that many people saying some of your skills need attention and you not start sitting and think, well, maybe they do.
Right.
Maybe my skills do need attention.
Hmm.
Listen, when parents adopt babies, they got to go through these classes. They got to go through a whole bunch of stuff to be able to get that baby. Because you can't just adopt a baby and automatically think, oh, I got it. I know how to be a parent. Because what was growing on the inside of that mother won't grow inside of that mother. So she got to get sort of like an artificial insemination on those skills that she needs. Those intuitive skills that comes automatically with a mother
Right.
whose body grew and prepared her mind, body, and soul for this new baby that's just coming out. You get what I'm saying?
Yep, I
So
do. I
it ain't
definitely
about the
understand.
age. It's not about the age. Because when them babies start coming out, boy, we start wising up. We start to learn real quick. Y'all ever seen them mamas get in the kitchen? They can turn, we be about like Jesus. We can take 2 loaves of bread and make a feast for our kids.
Yep.
You know, because those instincts become to come in. We become intuitive. We start to learn how to do things, how to make things happen. We start learning what's better for them, and we sacrifice ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We do those things.
But you know what, Miss White? Not to cut you off.
Mm-hmm.
You right. Everything you said is right. Everything um I'm chosen. And all of you all said about motherhood.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in the chat, everybody. But Bree is none of that. Now, Truthsley and I probably can relate that, because I don't have children.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't either. I have stepchildren. And I still have motherly instinct kick in with my stepchildren. I mean, I have 2 sons, 2 stepsons who are very good men to their children, I mean, to their wives now because of the fact that they had what we go back to your upbringing, your knowledge, your what you were taught as a child, and it's instilled in you, so you can go out there and handle the world. Now I don't
Right.
know what Walter was doing,
Huh.
and look like, and no disrespect to no one's deceased loved one, but looked like the mama wasn't on her game when she was living. I don't know what was going on, because at this point, Brianna doesn't even know the basic needs of humanity for children. She does not have that. My daughters, I'm gonna make sure their hair is You've never seen her daughter sitting in the hairdresser with her. I remember as a child, my mom, like I said, my mom and dad had 3 daughters. And my mom never got her hair done before us. It was the children get theirs done first, and we all sitting in there together. That's something that you just know to do as a mother. You take care of you dress your children before you dress you. You make sure your children eat before you eat. You make sure your children bathe before you bathe. You have to steal you 5 minutes, because you get up in the morning on Sunday morning. You got to get the whole house dressed before you can get dressed. That's just basic things that we do on a daily basis, or in life. You just know to do. I mean, at some point, when does this stuff kick in for her?
And see,
Because
Special K, I have to, because I'll forget. I'll lose my train of thought.
go
But
ahead, go ahead.
when you said that you didn't have children and True Slayer, but you have loving, caring hearts. So it's not that hard for you to catch on and learn. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I don't detect narcissistic behaviors from you guys or anything like that. So you typically you won't put yourself first. You have an opening ear, you care, you do what you got to do. You do what you got to do to get where you need to be. You get what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
therefore, it's not hard for you to pick up on some motherly instincts or remembering the things that you saw your mom do for you, okay? Or you saw auntie and uncle doing for your cousins. So you're in touch. You get what I'm saying? You're not detached.
Mhm.
So it's not hard for you to do. So when you are detached and things of that nature, and you become with child and that baby delivers, is what I'm speaking of when those things begin to heighten along, because all of us have seen people be raised. You've been raised yourself, or you've been around something, so you remember things, you see things, you pick up on things. And if you don't
Mhm.
quite got it, when them 9 months is over, your body starts getting you prepared and ready for what's to come. Now, I want to say this. We were in Amber's chat this morning and she was doing that commentary on Line Larry. And
Mhm.
she asked me what did I mean when I said I don't like when women see your man and they say, "Oh, does he have a brother?" Because to me that made me think you might be trying to push up on mine, because one thing that I do know, understand, and believe is that the siblings don't be the same. They don't be the same.
Mm-mm.
The siblings
Hmm.
don't be the same.
They
So
don't.
when you said what you said in regards to you not wanting to speak on under the deceased, I think her mom might have done what she was supposed to do. Again, our children don't come out the same. But I saw Miss Lolita's comment and she said that she thinks she was enabled because she
Mhm.
still see daddy doing it now.
That
And
could be.
maybe mommy
I
didn't
totally
enable.
believe it.
Uh-huh. Maybe mommy didn't enable, and daddy feels like he needs to enable even the more now. One, if you're not there, when a two-parent household split, typically the one that they're not with, the other one, they become an enabler. Kids know how to play parents against each other very, very, very well. And that guilty party is typically the one that's not on his shit doing what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. So they try to find other ways to make up for it. And it becomes quite evident in some of the actions that you see with that man. Now, I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
But you would think she would learn something from Robert. I've, okay, my husband come from a two-parent as well,
Mm-hmm.
but his father died when he was young
Mm-hmm.
and very young. And he we'll have this conversation all the time, talking about something like some of his work buddies or some maybe discussing a problem in their life, personal life at work while they're on the rig. They become like their family and everything, the psychiatrists, everything, because they're with each other all the time. So, one guy was just telling him that, I never go home to a clean home.
Ooh.
Wow.
He said, and she don't even work. I said, before I knew it, I said, "Oh, he married to Breonna Battle, but never mind."
Mhm.
You know, but he was like, "Who?" And I was like, nothing. So, and he was like, "Kim, I don't understand how these women, you know, sit home all day, no ambition, no go to say, you know what, I'm gonna get up and my children at school. I'm gonna get their clothes and stuff washed and get them prepared for the next day or something. I mean, you got all this time on your hand to do nothing,
Mhm.
and you sit in a dirty house. How?" I said, "You talking to me like I can relate? I don't know.
Right.
I can't answer that. I can't relate to that because I'm just a stickler for if you got that much time on your hand, Brianna, to sit here and just keep your eye cocked into a chat, reading comments and blocking
Right.
people and
Mm.
stuff, that
Mhm.
you're not doing anything of substance. You're not being a good you're not even a good influencer. I'm just gonna be honest. And like you said,
That's
Miss
good.
White, a good influencer, influencer. That's, look at the word, look it up or something, learn it. All these girls, we was talking about these different girls on Instagram that have taken their platform to a whole nother level to build their brand and to make their own money. Yeah, they may have started out rappers, girlfriends, and they, everybody knew them by what, Lil
Mm-hmm.
Baby's girlfriend or Moneybags young girlfriend. But look what they did with it. It wasn't, if
Mm-hmm.
Moneybag walk off and leave Ari right now, she owned Remedy. She didn't build a whole cosmetic brand for herself. She does Instagram modeling for clothes for Fashion Nova. All this kinds of, she's did
Mm-hmm.
things for herself. Her content is not mess and drama. All these things. She has a
Right.
brand that she has to get out there and promote. She has a job, you know. So what I'm saying is, Brianna, if you want to be the best you can be, get up and do something. You always want to say you 32. Well, you the dumbest 32 I ever seen in my life. And I'm not, I'm one of those type of people. I'm just honest. I'm brutally honest when I'm tired of you just sitting here playing in our faces. And like I said, I don't even watch the little girl no more because she's so immature and she pops and says all these disgusting things and rude
Mm-hmm.
things. And it's just, and I don't go in places that I know I'm not gonna do well in because I know my mouth can get reckless. So I
So you're not
stay,
gonna do
That's
well.
right.
I
I
ain't gonna
love.
do well
You're
over
right.
there. So that's why I'm gonna stay in my peace because I know I'll get over there and then I might call you out your name and it ain't gonna be nice. So you gonna block me, find a way to probably shoot me down because I'm gonna get real reckless at the mouth with you. But
Right.
what I'm, she's not she's not receptive. She is very insulting and she's a triggerer. She's that type of person. She goes after your weakness and
Do
she
y'all
goes
know?
hmm?
I'm sorry, Special K. The average person that sits in a dirty house is depressed. They're battling a heavy amount of depression. And
When she gonna snap out?
ooh, I don't know, but let me say, if people who deal in depression, that it's easy for them to sit in filth, right? And when you're sitting in filth and your house is dirty, your brain and your mind is operating in the same atmosphere you keep it in. You get what I'm saying?
That you
Your
said a lot right there, Miss White.
your brain is operating in filth and clutter. Clean your house up. Think about it. When y'all go to sweep your floor and mop tomorrow, or whatever you do, and you sit down and you're like, whew, it's a good feeling. It's a
Mm-hmm.
good feeling when you sit down nice and clean. If your bedroom dirty, you don't sleep as good as you do in that room clean. Think
Right.
about that.
Now my
Mhm.
house,
Think about
is clean, but I'm sitting here folding laundry that's been in my dryer for 3 days. I'm sitting here folding it right now. I'm so glad to get this laundry folded. Like you said, just that little, you know, little thing that okay, because it's about the decency and order, and what that brings you. I like the Lolita's comment that you put up there, Miss White. I don't know if you was going to speak to it because I was going to.
Go ahead.
Were you gonna speak to it? Because I didn't know if you.
No, go
Well, I
ahead.
was just.
Go
She
ahead.
said, I'll read it. She said she left her mother and went to live with her father, and that's when she got pregnant and moved in with the first baby daddy at 16. That right there says a lot. And that comment came up when we were talking about like her father and the enabling. And I was sitting here and it was like, bing. I said, I have known a lot of, well, no, I'm not going to say a lot. Let me not exaggerate. I have known of some parents who have had children with behavioral problems, like really serious behavioral problems, and then they do enable them. They don't take them to get help. They don't try to, even parent them in a certain way, like especially if there's other children, they, because as a parent, I would imagine, all your kids are different. So you
Mhm.
meet your children in different places based on who they are, and you as their mother or their father, you should know that better than anybody else. So if you have because I believe that she was a problematic child, and in order,
And
and
still
it
is.
was a very lazy way, very lazy way of parenting is give them whatever they want so they stop crying. Sometimes you do it as a parent, right? But not know every single time. And then when the dysfunction is not being addressed, and then nobody ever, if you knew you've been in therapy, you going in therapy at 5 and 6 and 7 years old and stuff like that, and there's the parents are investing into that child's development, their correction, whatever it is that they need, and when you've done all that as a parent and your child still go astray, I pray that you would be comforted by the fact that I did everything I could for my child. But I think they enabled her bad behavior all her life. She needed help. I don't know if she needed medication or not, but she needed some type of help, and she didn't get it. So nobody's ever really hold her accountable to who she is. In her estimation, me being like this got me gifts. It got me my way. And at 32, that cycle just is still in effect.
Now I'm with Healing Hearts.
You
We
don't.
got, the 32. She been
Mm-hmm.
32 ever since she been on the platform. Um, at some point, Brianna, let that go. You may want to be 32, for the rest of your life, but I agree. We gotta let that go because at 32, I was, married, and I'm sorry, age has nothing to do with it, with maturity. I mean, you can be a very, very older thinking, mature person at 22. You could be very smart, wise, whatever. It's just basically it's what you want to be, what you strive to be, or what you surround yourself, and you've surrounded yourself around people with know-how and taught you how to be this way or that way or whatever, or what works. But what I do have to say about her is she will, if everybody step away, the same energy, like they don't want nobody to be around that side over there, say we don't hold Amber accountable and we just take up for Amber. Well, what do you think y'all doing for Satan's child over there?
Yeah. Listen, I don't try to beat her up at all. I just speak from
I don't beat her, period.
of what I know. Like Truthfully just said, giving them everything they want. Let me tell you where that starts at. That starts on like that newborn baby chosen guy in her lap. That's where it started.
Mhm.
Baby cry, you start frantic. Oh God, what do you want? What do you want? And listen, crying is a survival tool for babies. Okay, babies
Mm-hmm.
cry when they're hungry, they cry when they're wet, and they cry when they're bored. They don't know nothing else. Okay, especially the newborn like she got, it's just wet. It's just wet, and really it's just hungry because they don't even realize they're wet. Let's be honest. They really don't even realize they're wet unless they wet long enough for their bottoms to start getting irritated. They just came out a sack of fluid, so they don't even,
Right.
that's not bothering them. Um, Crying is a survival tool for babies. You change that baby butt so they don't get a rash that will irritate them. Okay, you make sure that baby is fed every 2 hours. You cuckoo caca and put that little baby down because crying builds their emotions. It helps um materialize their emotions. And if you don't allow that child that time to not give them what they want and cry that thing out, they don't even learn to become independent.
But did everybody forget some? Brianna wasn't the only child. She had a brother fresh out of prison. So
Mm,
Walter dropped the ball somewhere.
Yeah, she
yeah,
has other siblings. We heard from the one sibling.
And they said
Um,
she wasn't born with a silver spoon. And when Latrice got with her with them plastic boots on, she didn't come from, she come from humble beginnings. Them plastic thigh high boots and them god awful boots. So what I'm saying is it's not like the energy she gives, like I'm spoiled, I'm entitled, all those things. It's total opposite of where she come from.
yeah. You can't give them what they want. and it starts as a baby. We ruin their social and
I think Robert probably made that demon too because he was a good husband for us, you know.
look. He
You know,
messed up her social and emotional development. Even
Because she gonna drive you crazy. If you don't let her have her way, she's going to torture you.
yes,
Even as an adult. So then you just start putting a band-aid on it because you're like, listen, I just want you to
yeah.
be quiet. Here you go.
know,
You know
I
what I'm
know
saying?
that's how we become narcissists. That's how our path is chosen. Whether we take the empathetic route to be an empath or a narcissist, it comes from our childhood development. And let me say this: y'all know all narcissists are not bad people.
you know.
So it's just
Wait, what you
it,
say this way?
all narcissists are not bad people. It's just how they choose to use what they've been through. Did y'all know Nick Cannon was just diagnosed as a narcissist,
Yeah, I can see it.
and he speaks
They
freely
use it to
about
weaponize it. Is they're bad people then when they weaponize it.
some of their traits when they use on the wrong way. He speaks freely
Hmm.
about it. He said the only thing that he don't relate to is the rage and the lack of empathy. He says he does have empathy for other people, and he doesn't have rage.
Well, you have about 20 kids for 20 different women. Yeah, you are one.
He said he want to see his legacy. he said
Hmm. But
he
you need to
wants to see
see
his
it with
You
your pants up and zipped up button and
legacy.
sitting down.
and
So,
you can
so
call your legacy when you had the two kids with Mariah Carey. They was your legacy. And what were you trying
Right.
to fulfill that wasn't even enough? Or
so
even if you
look,
had a couple more.
he has childhood trauma. His dad. He from here in Charlotte. His dad owned the church here, and he was like the PK stuff that the preacher kids go through. Some of it don't be good. Not all of it's bad, but he didn't have a good experience with his childhood. Um, and now he is. I don't know how old is he? Is he 50?
No.
He's up there, but this late in his life, he just not figuring out what's wrong with him. But I heard Mariah say he was a good husband.
Yeah, she did say that.
I heard her say he was a good husband. They just had some things that didn't gel well or whatever. I hear those women talk about him, being there with the baby, changing diapers and all of that. So,
Well,
mm,
I think she just I don't know. I don't know. With Robert, I just think he just dropped the ball in noticing some things. They didn't date long enough or something.
yeah, yeah. And
You know, because
he has to be accountable for that too. He has to be.
yeah,
Because he married a girl that he met over the phone, the internet, or however he met her, and you wiped her up when you didn't know nothing. So he ended up getting what he didn't look for, if that makes sense.
yeah. It just like I said, she doesn't give me that girl energy like she proclaims to be because that girl energy, like Trusa said earlier in the live, she has had the money to take and build an empire and she didn't do it.
Mm,
She just threw it all away as if you just know you got it tomorrow. And like I said last night, we may have it now, but 2025 things may drastically change. You don't know where you gotta go. You don't know who you gonna be looking in the face of. It's
yeah,
gonna be things changing. So it's like you got to get it together, Bree, before 2025 here, because it's one thing my grandfather used to always tell us. He told us, you know what, you may not learn today, but the world will teach you tomorrow, and you ain't gonna like the way they teach you. They ain't gonna have no
yeah.
empathy for you or nothing. They're
She,
not gonna care.
she's not gonna
They'll
have it
teach
by
you quick.
25. In fact, she's going to have two babies. I think she's depressed. So that's just my thought process. I think she's depressed. She's about to have two more babies, or one. I don't know. Don't
Now she
care.
bought that baby bump. We saw
She
it
about
last
to
night.
she about to have an addition either way it go, and
What
that's
you
gonna
just
be
say about the bump?
We looked them up yesterday on Reddit. Reddit could not believe that you could go and buy those stomachs.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can
Jeannie
Google
probably
it.
sent her hers. Shoot.
Y'all crazy.
And
Cause
you
I
know what?
definitely
Now
blame I
that's
blame Jeannie. Shoot.
it's getting sick where women have to go to great lengths for attention. Come on now. We gotta play pregnant and dumb and just stupid and make a fool of ourselves on the internet now. Come on.
Mm, 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 mm.
The
I
Yeah.
lengths
keep
we
saying that.
go
I don't know
through.
why you want to have more children when you don't enjoy parenting. I just keep saying that.
White help me out on that one.
Look, ouch. Ouch. Woo.
I mean, what is
Well,
she getting out of it?
Well, look, when
mm,
she got back with Janelle, I said, "That's it. I'm getting on the first plane to Atlanta to go take custody of the children."
You
I
take one, I
said,
take one.
I said, "Lord have mercy." And even
it's,
like when they did that suspect challenge, and so for Josh, she's like, "Suspect about to be 14, act like you 5." Who fault is that? You, his mama. If he about to
mm.
be 14 and act like he's 5, that's a lot of that has to do with you. It's
And
always
you know,
insulting, is what I'm saying to the children.
Say
yes,
Always
that.
suspect
yes.
always crying about want to get her hair done. Okay, so
She
get
said
her
it
hair
about
done. You go
one.
twice a week.
But you know
Yeah,
what?
she needs to
And
find
the back,
she needs to find a kid stylist to network with because I know a lot
yes.
of those social media influencers, they really don't pay to get their hair done.
Mm,
It's like advertisement. Uh, you got the followers. Tell them I do your hair. Let them see me.
Mm-hmm.
So she probably needs to find a
And
kid
she
stylist.
said that's what she has. She said she does promo when she goes to not the one
and
with
ain't
the
nobody
$30
paying
with.
her.
She
There ain't
said it's
nobody paying her no.
well she's saying no promo, like she don't have to pay for it. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
Mhm.
I'm saying, but a lot of them do also where they'll pay her to let them
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
for the
Right.
advertisement or whatever.
Exactly.
But
Mhm.
nobody, she just, okay, well, I don't know if you all know this, but ain't nobody being bothered with Brie really. She's really not making any like good moves in out there and networking, doing different things. She has a brand that's in her head, literally in her head,
Mm-hmm.
because she's not doing anything else productive. She's not bringing anything to any substance to the world. Period. She's just populating the world.
And what I said the other night, Special K, I said if them millions of people are not bots and you that girl and you are really doing content and influencing, I don't know why is nobody calling you to say, hey, I see you, blah, blah, blah. I want you to be a part of this project or come along. Ain't nobody even asking you to do nothing. Like my challenge was for her to come up with some creativity. Excuse me, y'all. I'm eating this turkey sandwich late at night. Um, if you're not going to do that, but if you were doing anything constructive and creative or whatever online, people, I mean, with 3 million followers, people would seek you out, potentially, very much so, and be like, hey, we see you, want you to be a part of this project or whatever. Nobody calling you, asking you to
You
do
would be
anything.
booked and busy. Even if it's for a Gerber commercial or something, or advertising, gosh, be gosh, whatever them clothes are. But I'm just saying, you got some children in there that you could even have your children out there, and
Mhm.
kids modeling and all this kind of stuff. And that's what that goes back to what I was saying about, Jada Waiter. Jada Waiter, she was on Instagram a couple of months ago. She bought her first home. She bought it with her money and her money that she went out there and made. And she has one child. And Bree, you want to sit up here and say you that girl, and I don't even never see you in a room with these people. I've never seen you at an influencer award show like Jason Lee gives those awards out where you got to fly. I never seen you in the room with real celebrities and real influencers or people checking for you. And that's why I know she is psychotic because in her head she's that girl for real. For
Yeah.
real. She really thinks that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like my auntie say, the blood of Jesus. Lord have mercy. When on Miss Royal D's panel, y'all, somebody said, well, you know, her dad said she went through the hospital laying hands on everybody when she was 4 years old. Because we was talking about her saying she was speaking in tongues when she was 13.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I always have a lot to say, y'all. I be having to try to harness myself. I couldn't even respond. It was just quiet. And then Miss D and I laughed for a good 2 minutes straight. I said, if you can shut me up, you done said something. I said, laying hands on people. I said, what? Now, if she had an anointing, if she really had an anointing as a child, I don't want to say she didn't because not my place really, but she's far from it now. If that's true, and if God was using her then she needs to reflect back to when she was 4 and say, Lord, take me back, or whatever.
You
Or
don't know what
13
you're
when she
doing
said that
before.
she was speaking in tongues and she was 13. Okay, but anytime you can get on the internet and say, we've been going to effing church every weekend because she was trying to prove, how they've been together and effing church. Then she said, I've been speaking in effing tongues since I was 13. Just what's going on here? And
Too
the
much.
delusion is very much grand. So that's why I say, considering all of this, I'm really afraid for her that something tragic will have to happen, and maybe then she'll come around.
But you know what? One thing we don't get is to pick our reaping. We don't get to pick how it come. We don't get to pick who it come to for us to learn from it. We don't. We don't get to pick. That's him and only him can do that. And all I can say is I just hope, I can only hope that she wake up before it comes. It's coming, and she's not gonna know when. She don't know if it's gonna come through those children, but it's coming. You don't get to pick how you reap what you sow. So that's why you need to be careful on how you do things, when you do things, how you treat people, how you speak to people, how do you take, manage your everyday livelihood, because it's not promised. And you could lose money, you could lose a child, you could lose you. And then you didn't leave about 20 children behind for somebody else to raise.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you
You
got a
just
14-year-old acting like they 5, you probably shouldn't have any more until you catch him up. How about that?
Because you owe
I don't
him
never
that.
hear her speaking on their grades. She don't have them in no extracurricular activities, doing anything productive. Those children stay in the house 95, now say 99.5% of the time they're in the house other than school. They don't do anything. It's sad because you are really making them into a mini you.
Mm-hmm. And I know when Mosey come back from being with her dad, talking about what they did and what she got and this and that, I know they be like, dang. We used to all be able to have that kind of fun.
Yeah, he used to make sure all of them was dressed, and one didn't get a pair of shoes, and the other one didn't.
Right.
But you sitting with a whole boy up in there. That's what? How old Janelle? About
He's supposed to be 34, allegedly.
okay. Well, she's sitting up in there with a whole 40-year-old man. Pretty much don't go to work, don't do nothing. He go out and be an extra in a movie, and then she, him and her act like he Denzel, co-host or something. And you traded a man who knew how to go out there and make something happen, gave you stability as well as financial security, gave you anything you wanted. I remember when he bought her the first truck he bought her a maroon Kia truck. Well, it was brand new,
I remember that.
and she didn't like it.
Huh?
She did not like that truck.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, she was, but I was like, put her back in that van. The little dusty white uniform. Isn't that?
I
You
know we
know,
was talking. Have we gotten too far off topic for you, Miss White? I'm sorry, we've been talking about sisterhood.
Well, this is yes and a no because really it kind of ties in because she needs sisterhood. She's
Right.
true sisterhood. You know,
Hmm.
um, I don't know what I know what to say, but it ain't for me to say. So
I want to know just will she allow herself to be? You talking about you that girl? So can nobody tell you or teach you anything? I mean, if my life is in a shambles, the last 2 years from her have been hell. Okay, and I have to know that I have everything to do with that.
mm,
So if your life, you're not bearing any fruit, how are you that girl? You downsize only to add twins.
mm,
Like everything is like is moronic. Okay,
yeah,
it's moronic. It's like, and then she tell herself things to so she don't have to really deal with the outcome of the bad decision. She'll just repackage it and tell herself it's fine. You know, and like I say, this it's really scary.
it is.
Because I don't know what her rock bottom is going to be. I know she still allegedly has not been received whatever outcome is of that Revenge P case. She probably maybe won't go to jail, but okay, if you do, if something happened to your social media platforms, now you have that up on your record. And if you have to go back into the workforce, that's going to, that will hinder you as well, potentially. So,
Mm,
you need to take, like, as of yesterday, you need to take heed. You need to reinvent yourself. You need to first surrender to God, truly. You need to go to a church where ain't none of the deacons fine, okay? And you need to get
oh,
yourself together so that you can bear fruit, not bear children. That you can bear fruit.
child, that's to her bearing fruit is gonna be. They told me to bear some fruit, like be fruitful and multiply, and a lot of people don't understand the fruits of the spirit. So
see, she interprets the Bible totally different than us.
yeah, yeah.
If she sat in front of her daughter and said, "If I want to catch, if I want to, what she say? Do catch frog? If I want to open my legs and catch another kid, let me, let
Mm,
me." I'm like,
Come,
how old is this one? You think your son 14 acting like you 5? Hell, you 32 acting like you 14. Let's talk about that.
yeah. But
So
she's past that point. It's time for her to yeah, those maternal instincts should be kicking
but
in.
you know what, y'all? She's not gonna ever prosper because of the way she became too. The way she came to the internet and the way
Mm-hmm.
she came in to make she came in wrong. That's what we were saying earlier about a foundation with the friendship and what sisterhood or whatever. You gotta you gotta start with a foundation. Her foundation wasn't her foundation.
Yeah.
She manipulated and demised her own husband for her platform. She was jealous of her husband.
Mm,
So it's not going to ever go anywhere. And that's what she's got to learn. We got the memo. She hasn't. It's not going to go anywhere. You don't succeed. You never win when you play dirty. You never. So she's not going to ever prosper behind this. It's only one way she can go, and that's spiraling down. So I've been gave up on trying to find an answer to her way of thinking or whatever, because after a while you start reevaluating your own mind, trying to figure yourself out, saying, I'm thinking like this because I know better, or I'm making all these excuses for this bad behavior or whatever. And it goes back to how she got to where we are now talking about her. And we got there because she stole her way to get in it into our phones and our social media or whatever. She took that away from her husband because I used to follow him before she even came in the picture, and he
same.
was he was actually a good guy. I could see him with so much better, But at Brianna, I'm just be honest. Brianna thought because she was somewhat decent, because
mm-hmm.
see all of the, your ways can make you really an unattractive person. And people, they'll say, well, she has nasty ways, but she's beautiful. No, once you are, rotten inside, it spews outside too. We could find a million things wrong, with her. Like she sits up and say ugly things to her followers, and other people talk about other people. But baby, people can say a lot of things about you. It's not yours if you had to go and get it done. You wasn't physically born beautiful. You wasn't physically born with nice teeth in your mouth. You had a lot going wrong for you before this man thought enough of you to wife you. And that's just being honest. And but like I said, she's not going, and that's superficial. So that part, I don't even focus on that, with her, but how she looks. I look at she doesn't bring any substance. So I don't waste my time watching her. I don't waste my time listening to that nonsense she say. And when she was out there doing all this campaigning against Janelle, I knew it was fake and phony then. Because you didn't brought those same tears to the internet about 50 million dozen 11 times. You
Well,
fake
she say her new friends now. She's I love the friends I have now because they hold me accountable.
Oh,
And I'm like, okay.
well, we may see a change then.
Where
Well,
are they?
honestly, it's not for us to see. If we're being honest, it's not for us to see. She needs some work done internally, uh, just within herself and for her immediate family. But when I say, well, maybe we'll see a change, I say that because she brings it out of her home, out of her own personal space to the internet. So
And
that's
she
what.
tell us, she bring us in the group chat. I could go a million years without hearing anything about Brianna Battle, to be honest with you. So she brought me into it. So you know what? I get to voice my opinion. My
Wait a minute, she
grandpa,
brought you into it. Wait, what happened? I must have missed something.
You saying by coming on the internet?
she brought it to the
Oh,
internet. So
oh,
that's
oh.
why I said she kills me getting mad with bloggers and content creators because they voice their opinions, but you brought it to them. They didn't go in your house and steal your business or steal text messages and all these things, and then you want to come back. And even though her followers over there, on the bus, little short bus and slobbing on the windows, and she did them wrong because she was like, I didn't ask y'all to do this. I didn't ask y'all to do that. And then come back the next few minutes and say, buy me a baby stroller.
And then what was they saying earlier that now she's trying to do something where you're gonna have to pay to see the twins? I'm like, the same people that bought everything you needed for them gotta pay now?
Yes. See? Go
Well,
ahead, dummies.
What? Are you
Pay to see
serious?
the twins.
Oh wow.
You think I would pay to see two more of your children and you got four already?
shit.
You gonna come out, they gonna step out with them at some point. So I wouldn't fall for that. I mean, anything to do a money heist. That's what I'm telling you. That's why her platforms are falling, because she's doing any and everything to get money now. She's grasping because she didn't build that platform the right way. She didn't.
Mhm.
You
And if
stole
she
that man 3 million followers and took them over there and bored the crap out of them. You know what she did? She chopped us in half, really, because who wanted to rock with her, they stayed, and the ones that didn't, like me, bye. So you
Yeah,
really didn't win. You didn't win.
that's true.
the blood of Jesus.
So you
One
want to go
day,
to Patreon? She want to go to
one day,
Patreon.
preferably one day she'll be able to look back on this time and be like, boy, what was I doing? What was I thinking?
Right. And I think the realer she is about that, like if she ever does do the work and get, delivered and all of that, and I could, I would love to see her come back, I don't know, on the talk show or something, come out and be
Why?
absolutely genuine. Huh?
Why, Truth Slam? Why you want to put her back in front of us? We don't want to see her. Don't
Well,
help her, baby. Just
well, if she is delivered, I don't want to see her no day, not one day
baby.
soon. Because
Well,
I
she
just
got
want
to
to see.
get delivered.
I want to see her surrender to God. I guess that's what my prayer is for her. Like, if she does it and we never know about it, she just go completely off the internet and we don't know, and it's just some people just seeing her randomly out in public, but she's no longer has a platform, then so be it. But I guess I'm like, I know God can and I know He will if she surrenders. So I'm like, I'm in it for the surrender. Like, when are you gonna surrender? You know?
And you know what? That's what that's what I'm gonna ask you. When is the expiration date for you to cap out on the surrender? What she got to do for you to tap out and say, you know what? I didn't held out hope for 20 years on this woman and she still hadn't changed. When
Yeah, I
give
don't
me a
know.
tap.
I don't know what that looks like because I can't imagine her doing it.
Mm.
And that's
Wow.
because normally, you like, I know this person could do it. I could see him do this. I could see him doing that. I'm trying to make myself see her delivered because
She
she's
said,
that far gone.
I'm gonna make myself.
Yeah,
Well,
like I want to see her surrender because I know that with God she could do it, right? And it's because she like when she got allegedly about to have 6 children, like them kids got to grow up and be somebody and know how to function in this world. If something happened to her right now, do she know who gonna take possession of her children? Do you have any of these? No thought for tomorrow. There's no thought for tomorrow. That bothers me. But I'm not gonna be I've been slowing down a lot on my reporting and everything anyway. I've been live, here lately, but I have been quiet for a while because it's just like, what else can we say? We can only pray for the girl. Um, I know a lot of people are saying, well, if y'all stop talking about her, that'll, you
I'm that
know,
person.
that'll, if you stop talking about her, she'll probably start to crumble in terms of her platforms. And she doesn't need to be on social media. But I know that she still has to take care of those kids.
She
Uh,
crumbling.
so she and it's like, okay, well, Lord, when is the last brick gonna fall, Lord?
She's self-destructing, baby. She ain't gotta ask nobody. Nobody's doing nothing to her. If you just pay
Yeah,
attention, like you said, you told us what she downsizing. Boom. It's a start. She's like a domino effect. It just keep watching. And tell me about it because I can't deal with her. Like I said, my nerves just won't let me go there with her. So I respect her enough to stay over here, at
yeah,
some point, and not go over there and let her trigger me and mess with my psyche because I know my mouth. And like I said, I just didn't rule out, keeping hope alive for Brianna because I mean, how many times you gonna just keep insulting our intelligence at this point?
I think that you can keep hope alive, but it don't have to be active with it. Like it just be something in the back of your head. Like I hope she get it together.
What you gonna
I
put it
guess
on
I'm
life
saying
support?
I'd rather rest my case on. I pray one day she surrender and get it together. I'd rather rest my case on that than on, oh well, she ain't gonna never change. That's just me. You know what I mean? I would rather rest my case on the hope that she does, get healed and
Well,
all of that.
you don't like people over 40, so I didn't tapped out because she don't
That's
like
true.
nothing over 40. So I didn't
That's
tap
true.
out. you know,
You
why
don't like
I'm gonna keep
support.
hope alive for her and she don't even like
But you said she don't need our prayers, huh?
she don't receive them.
People over 40, huh?
If you over 40, baby, you too old, you just mad, you jealous, you this. I'm like,
Uh,
She better watch out. She better pray she see 40.
that hello. You would think.
Lord have mercy.
Especially being a mother with children. Good
and, and,
God.
and thank you. They not dying, they're not dying old now.
So not.
And my grandmother used to always tell us the sickest one don't always die first.
But they say it ain't the leaning tree ain't
Or the
always
oldest one.
fall. It ain't always the leaning tree to fall.
There you go. So, my husband's grandmother she made 93 and she kicking around better than the average 20-year-old look like it. I mean, she's stepping high. She still live, alone and still mean. Still will go there with you if you say the wrong thing. Everything. I mean, she pop off everything. She's with it.
You know what? My excuse me, my ex's grandmother lived till she was 103, and Mama was still going to the casino. She was still drinking her beer and everything, all the way up until the end. They had longevity in their family because her mother made 107. And I said, wow, you would never have known she was no 100 years old because she still played cards, drunk her beer, went to the casino.
Yeah, and his grandmother, my husband tell me all the time, grandma gonna bury us. I said, oh, don't say that. He talking about watch. She gonna worry us to death, and then she gonna bury us because she gonna be and kill us all for the money. Because he said that our grandmama sitting up there and skin still tight and everything. So I mean, this woman has got a nice shape and everything, and she's just still kicking and like people look at her, you wouldn't think she was 93 years old.
How about that?
But that's a blessing. That's a blessing I like older people because wisdom some have a lot of wisdom. You can learn a lot from them. I mean, the older women in this side over here has taught all of us, and how to navigate through these YouTube streets. If you just sit back and watch, everybody have their unique way of teaching you something. You're going to walk away with a lesson. I don't consider everybody a mistake. I consider everybody a lesson. You learn from them, and you just learn how to deal with them accordingly.
Yeah, that's true. They'll learn. One
You'll
way,
learn. She gonna learn.
and hopefully it's one way instead of instead of the other.
But this one thing I don't get with it, and then and maybe this will make a lot of people, help a lot of people to understand me with it. I'm big on. I don't agree with just because a woman come to the internet and say a man did something to her. I don't get down with that damsel in distress. It's not always the man's fault. We have a lot of men in this world that are abused because of women, do things to them and hit them and provoke them, and it's only so much you can take. Every woman is not right just because they come to the internet first and
That's right.
say, you know, and then a lot of us women need to realize the same accusations that Brianna put out there against Robert and a lot of other men go through trying to defend their character, their integrity, their reputation, everything, because a woman go out there and she can just lie and say, he did this to me, and that's it. Everybody run with it. It's because she said it. It's gospel. That's not true. That's not true because some women are just like Brianna. They can be very manipulative. I'm just not on a bandwagon with everything is the man's fault. That right there is just wrong. And a lot of us do it from platforms. We'll get up there, but you didn't forget you got sons. Take your son, put him in that scenario, and see how you would feel then when a girl accused him of rape or accused him of whatever. Just remember, you got a son and you got a husband, you got a father, you got a nephew, you got a cousin, you got a brother, and it's easy to get accused, but it's hard to defend and it's hard to
So
get out of it.
you make a good point. So what if a young lady come along and start lying on her sons and doing all this
Thank
stuff to
you.
them and taking them through the ringer? How y'all think she gonna advise her sons in that situation?
Good question.
Mhm.
Good question.
You always have to think about Put yourself in that situation. Just think. I always look at it like this, and this is not belittling to nobody, and it's not bragging. My husband is a captain. He holds a very powerful position on that oil rig, and that's not just an everyday thing or the norm for a African American man to be a captain on an oil rig where he's over 1,500 people.
Mm.
So you have to look at it in that position. Somebody's always looking to knock a person off their square. So you got to walk around. It's always a woman or a somebody that's going to put you in a compromising position where they could accuse you. But what you have to be is smart. And I have to look at it like this. And I have to trust as a wife. I have to trust if he say I didn't do it. I'm gonna stand by my husband until I feel like it's something that
You
I
have
know he
reason not
better
to.
have reason not to. But I'm gonna stand by my husband that he didn't do it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm very optimistic when when someone come out and say like Brianna played with this with Robert and the things she said. I put myself in that situation to say, if I was Robert's sister, if I was Robert's mother, if she was still living, if I was Robert's aunt or whatever, I would feel some type of way. You destroying my family, because of a lie, because you just couldn't get your way. And you want to come and tear everything this man built down just because you didn't get your way. And it's more women out there like that. That's why I said, if anything, she needs to be off social media because of the lie. She hasn't did anything but teach people how to lie.
She would be more mentally healthy if she would get off the internet because that's what she's always trying to placate to. Is the
Yeah,
internet. She would do herself a service in 100 different ways by
and to
getting
save a
off
lot
the
of
internet.
other men. Look what she doing to this man. And you know what? Like we can sit here and say Janelle ain't this and Janelle is what she deserves. He teaching her.
Yeah.
He teaching her. Whether you may not like the way he doing it, but that's the one right there. She got just what she could get right there.
Yeah.
Look, Ham said, after tomorrow, I will not say another word on this girl. This is a hoax. And she uses the internet for a money grab. She playing in everyone's face.
And that's true. Because instead of her sitting up here thinking of productive ways to do things or how to further her tenacity on YouTube or social media, whatever, she's sitting up thinking of ways how she could destroy a man. Do I want to be a part of that anymore? No.
Absolutely not.
I don't stand for that. So that's what you have to kind of look at too. And DM is right because we spoke on this last night. We making her money
Relevant.
and relevant. Every time you stick her name in your title, every time you stick her face on your thumbnail or whatever, she make money. We helping her. So the best thing we could do to help her is not acknowledge her
At all, huh?
Yes, and you know what? And like I said, anything worth having, you got to work for it.
Oh yeah.
You got to work for it. And this I can say, D Ham, and I love D Ham, but like I told him, you good at blogging or going around being a food critic. When you was doing that, you was getting the views still. You sitting in that truck, you driving, you making money. But you get on TikTok, you get on Facebook, you get on all these platforms. When you go and visit one place, but you getting about how many checks if you do it like that? It's always ways to, make money. You're not gonna make the money on this saga. It's not no more money to make because people, genuine, smart, intelligent people, we tired of hearing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We tired. It's no more excuses. Right now, it's just that she's a big insult to our intelligence. That's it.
Yeah, because it was fun for me. I did enjoy breaking it down like a case study. I like to examine behavior and talk about mental health and, like I said, spiritual awareness and stuff like that. So this was a great story for that. But I believe it has ran its course because we're dealing with a reprobate, disturbed mind. And it is that. And it's not to speak down on her, because we've all been through and are going through different things, but we're not turning on our camera, going for broke with absolutely no boundaries to
Mhm.
represent ourselves in a way. Like, what she's doing is her legacy. If she understood that her behavior on this internet is her legacy. It's not even, it's her children are within the legacy of the internet, because they are too on the internet. They will forever have all this receipts and everything to look back and see how their mother performed on the internet. And they're going to think about all the things that they wish they could have been doing and could have had going on while she was actually doing this instead. This is
That's
what you were
right.
doing. When I
And you know
couldn't
what?
when I couldn't get on the basketball team because you didn't want to take me back and forth to practice, or whatever, you said you didn't have the money. I couldn't go to ballet class because you said something was a problem with that. And this is what you was doing in the meantime.
Hello. But
Mm-hmm.
we don't have to, I mean, at this point, all of us need prayer. Everybody
Yeah.
got something going on in their life where they need help in a prayer sense, some type of way. More important things going on to be focusing on, like D Ham said, a hoax, and sitting here trying to feed into a person who is not trying to do anything for the betterment of their children and themselves. All of you
Mm-hmm.
that have children, you go hard for your children. You go without for your children. Why sit
Mhm.
here and feed and pour all of that love and all that knowledge and all that wisdom into a person who don't even appreciate it? And they not helping you put food on the table. They not helping you do anything. Bree not trying to help you all eat. She trying to eat from your table.
By
But she
any means necessary.
if she have to dox you or she have to come after you, send trolls, do whatever, she gonna do everything to knock you off your square. So that's more money in her pocket.
But see, this is why, another reason why those children are trapped in the house with her too, because not, oh, they just gonna go somewhere and tell somebody something. She done so much evil. She thinks somebody might do something to them potentially. I think she's scared. You put this much out, because listen, she's put so much stock in the people who blog or have any commentary about her behavior that is not in agreement with her behavior, that's not overlooking her behavior, right? So in her mind, again, she's that girl. She got millions of people watching her. She's not adding up comments and views and saying it's disproportionate like us. Because on her
Mhm.
page, it says she got 3.3 million followers. So in her mind, 3.3 million people are literally watching me right now.
And
You
that's not
know,
true.
and so therefore my performance, I'm going in to make, it's too many eyes on me for me to be the problem.
Mhm.
You know.
And you're right. But like I said, I just everybody have their own uniquely way of making it on this internet. And Bree is not it. I see so much in Retta with her craft.
Mhm.
Retta is
Mhm.
dope at that. She's good. Miss White, those greens today is everything. I mean, you can just see them in the pot right now, and they're gonna taste good. Chad and Chew got it on lock when it come down to topics like
Mhm.
this and knowledge and wisdom. Y'all got it.
Mhm.
Y'all got y'all money maker sitting right here with you all. YouTube brings something totally different to this thing on YouTube because it and enjoy. I enjoyed you last night, girl. I really did. But everybody brings something, and like I said, it's a table and it's long. Truth Slayer, I love your maturity. I connected with you the first time in your chat. I came in there and I loved it,
Thank you
and
so much.
I've
I
always told you
appreciate you.
that because I like how you bring a lot of knowledge and you like a conversation. I like people like that. I like Miss White because that's how she is. She likes conversation. She want to hear where she may not know something and she can look at it from that perspective. And then she's also can teach you another way of looking at things. Like I said, when
Mhm. Mhm.
she was the GOAT. She was the GOAT in the election situation. We had good conversation. And like I said, it started out with 9 people, but I watched that chat. That chat is
Yep.
speeded up. We learned a lot. Miss White taught us a lot. Chosen, she brings a lot of value. I mean, and it's like
Mhm.
they complement each other. And that's what
Oh,
works. And that's what I like. I like that because that's what people say about me and my best friend. We complement each other. It's not a battle for who can be seen or heard. It's strictly respect
that's
and
right.
love.
That's
And we
right.
compliment each other. And I like that about you, True Slayer. You and Roy D. Y'all compliment each other. You bring a lot to that platform.
You
And
think so?
I do. And I
I,
do.
I always love Miss Royal D.
I love her too. I love her too. But you know, every now and then, everybody needs somebody to bounce off of. Bounce out, ideas off of. Like I said, I like Miss White and I'm chosen because they bounce off each other.
Mhm.
It's just like with Retta and Amber. They'll bounce sometime off each other, and then Retta have boss lady, her best friend.
Mhm.
They bounce off each other
Mm.
and they
I
have
love to hear them on the panel together because I love
a
that their New York accent.
Yeah.
they those are my girls there because they are so funny and they are genuine. They are
Mhm.
genuine. And believe it or not, you all, I used to love to see Jaffa and Dehan. I used to
Yeah,
love to
I
together.
I loved Jaffe. I was
Yeah, I
there.
really do.
Jaffe, I blew Jaffe's Cash App up. I love to be in his chat. He actually was a very good host
Yes,
Yeah.
he
because
was. He was
he would allow you
entertaining.
to speak. You could tell he was listening, even if you
Mhm.
didn't agree. He was very respectful. I don't know what went wrong because now I'm so mad at him I can't stand the sight of him.
And you
But
know what? That's what I said too.
for
But
real.
I was like, Jaffa, this you just and took my whole perspective of what I thought you were away. But you know what? If you could give Bree it's room for change for him one day. It may come back. But like I said, everybody has that something that they can all eat from the same table, but at the same time, you doing this, you doing that, and it's good. It's all good, and you making your money, they're making their money, no competition, nobody's running around trying to knock somebody off theirs. Like I said, D Ham sitting on money. He's sitting on money. He's sitting in that truck. When
Hold
he
on.
goes back out there
I want
on
to
the
hold
road.
on. I'm sorry, Special K. Let me. Miss Joyce says she's about to leave out, and she got a membership. So I wanted to tell her thank you so much for the membership, love. We really, really appreciate it. I saw where you said that you don't speak on Brianna on your panel at all. Typically, we don't. This was a different occasion, and we look forward to see you coming back in, girl. We can't wait to have fun with you. And also, Hannah Hearts, you didn't miss no food because we didn't cook today. So joy is real. We do online cooking and eating. We do a whole bunch of different stuff. So make sure you stay in contact with us because we're going live tomorrow. I don't know about what, but we're going to go live tomorrow. We're going to do better. We said it and we've been trying to hold to that. But I'm sorry, Special K. Go ahead. And y'all, we're going to have to wrap it up too because I see that Alexis is live. I didn't know she was live.
Oh
And I
shoot, I think she
Lord,
probably been live too. What time is it?
about an hour. So we're going to have a
well, we
Yeah,
gonna
let's
run
run over
too.
there before I go to
I
bed. Thank
enjoyed
y'all for
y'all. I
having me
love
up here.
y'all.
I really appreciate it. I enjoyed
oh,
y'all.
absolutely,
Um,
love. You are always welcome. Everybody.
and
I
it
wish
felt
more
sisterly.
people. I
It
wish
did.
more
It
people would grab
did.
that link.
It did. I like my mature sisters, and then you know
Yeah.
what? And they can receive it or not, but I still love them, and they still are my mature sisters.
No, I'm so glad
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know why people don't come on our channel. They just don't come up. And I don't know why, but we give everybody a fair chance to speak and say what's on their mind because we always say that it's not our channel, me and chosen, but it's our channel, me chosen in the chat. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
No, I
Yeah.
appreciate being up here. I just turned my notification from personalized to all. I'm always talking about that. So now maybe I'll actually get them because I've
yeah.
been subscribed.
We're
So
gonna go live tomorrow about something. I left you something in the private chat also, Special K. You know how to go to the private chat?
No, ma'am. Oh, did
Um
it say cats down here?
it say chat and then how'd you do it on the phone, y'all? Move over.
mm,
I don't know.
I'm not sure. But like I'll go ahead and drop down so you can close out your show, Miss White. I'm
Appreciate you
chosen.
coming up again. Yeah, because I really
Thank
want to
y'all so
support.
much. Have a wonderful night.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much.
I
Uh,
enjoyed you,
You're
ladies.
welcome, and I enjoyed y'all.
we have
Bye.
all kind of
Thank
conversations
you.
over here, Ilka. All kind. Sister, how do oh, she done drop down.
No, I'm
You didn't.
still here. You
Oh,
did
not
something
you.
again.
I was talking about Special K. I was trying to get her that private chat, but I'll get it to
Oh,
her. Special K. I had put my Instagram up, so inbox me on Instagram so we can talk about your show, us hosting your grand opening. Yeah. So y'all, oh, I'm so glad it was. Yeah, we try to break up the monotony of all the other mess that's going on. But we're gonna have to end so we can go support Lexus. I did not know she was live. So I always try to support everybody because I want support, I need support, so I always try to give it.
yep.
Oh no, I didn't think you was taking anything away, Joy. I was just letting you know because I know you don't come over it, and I was just trying to give you an expectation. That's all. Yep. All right, y'all. Well, we love each and
We
every
love
one.
you guys.
We gonna see y'all tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna go live about, but y'all know as usual, it's gonna be good. Okay. All right, guys. I hate to run off like this.
All
I get on
right.
Amber about running off like this, but we really got to go support Alexis. Okay. All right.
Yep. We'll see y'all in
Miss.
Lexus chat. I'll probably be in the bushes again though, but yeah.
All right. All right. Love y'all. Good night.
Love you. Good night.